We're in. Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat. And we're doing HackerFrogs After School today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. All right, let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So today is Wednesday, August 19th. And we're going to be doing 4 topics, as is per usual on the stream. And Red Sly Fox, nice to see you here. Hell Resistor, SysOS Master, and Christopher. Hello, nice to see you here. Also Pretzel Pete. Thank you very much for coming in early for today's stream. So the first thing we're doing today is puzzle games. We're going to be doing some Thinky Games Dailies. So these are logic puzzles, stuff like Sudoku, stuff like Star Battle, and well, they're a lot of fun, and they let us test out our problem-solving skills. So that's the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, I'm going to be doing some demonstrations of Hacker Holidays challenges. This was an event that happened last week, or a couple of weeks ago, over at TryHackMe, a cybersecurity education platform, and these challenges are going to be a bit more difficult than the stuff that we usually showcase. But yeah, look out for that. That's going to be in the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be doing Linux OS operations, something that's completely for newbies. So if you're new to cybersecurity, you want to get into tech, you want to learn about some Linux OS and how to operate it, this is the workshop for you, and we're going to be doing that in the third hour of today's stream. Okay, Mr. Formula Official says, how to start cybersecurity, any course or playlist. Yeah, we've got a get into cyber thread over in our Reddit, and you can access it from the tiny URL link over here. Okay, Pretzel Pete says, do you use OBS for streaming on YouTube? Yeah, I do use OBS for streaming on YouTube. I'm actually multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Okay, so the last thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing more challenges from Hacker Holidays over at TryHackMe, but these are going to be challenges that we haven't done before. We're going to be starting with day 9, and I think the entire event goes up until like day 14. I hope it's not too difficult. I guess we'll see when we get there. All right, so without further ado, let's jump into the first topic for today's stream, our warm-up topic. And we're going to be working over at thinkygames.com. So Thinky Games is the last room was tough. You mean day number 7? You mean day number 7 or day number 14? SysOS Master, let me know. So we're trying to learn how to play these games over here. And this game is called Letter Window, or an easy as ABC puzzle. I guess we'll talk about what this is. So as easy as ABC puzzle, also known as letterram in Dutch, meaning letter window or letter frame. Fill in some cells with the letters KEY to ensure that each row and column contain at least exactly one letter once. So KEY has to, so for example, K, E, and Y has to fill up each one of these rows and columns, as well as 2 blanks. So each row and column will have exactly the letters K, E, and Y, and then 2 blank cells as well. Oh, day 14, management wants a word. The last room. Okay. I'll get there eventually, but yeah, we'll see. So every letter must appear in each row and column. Letters can appear more than once in each row and column, so it's kind of similar to Sudoku in that respect. Letters outside the grid indicate the first letter that appears in that row or column as seen from the direction of the outside letter. So for example, if we've got the letter K in this row, that means that this row can only start with the letter K before any other letters. And in this case, if we have the letter E over here, that means that going in this direction upwards, the letter E has to be the first letter in this column going upwards. So these are the kind of rules we're dealing with. So I spent a while trying to get the hang of playing this game. This is not really a game that I have a lot of experience with. So some cells will remain empty. That's the last thing we need to keep in mind. So let's go ahead and solve this puzzle. So I've done this one already, but I still need to get a good grasp of what's going on here. So some of the rules of this game include things like, oh, you know what? We don't have any music on right now. Let me put some music on. Oh, okay. All right, make sure that it's not too loud. If the music is ever too loud, let me know in the chat and I'll try to adjust the volume of the music. Pretzel Pete says, I tried streaming before, but it lags. Pretzel Pete says, I was wondering when you stream, does OBS does it lag? I tried streaming before, but it lags. I mean, I'd say what you want to do is you want to go into your settings and you want to make sure that you have the correct settings for your stream. A lot of people don't really pay attention to the stuff like the bitrate and like other settings inside their OBS. There's probably like a lot of guides out there that'll help you understand like what kind of settings you want to set up for your live stream to make sure that it doesn't lag so much. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we know that, I guess we'll start here. So K is the first letter in this column here. But we know that E is the first letter in this column here, which means the K can't go here. And the Y also can't go here because the K has to be the first one here. So if we go down, as soon as we reach the last 3 cells in a column or row, we know that it has to go there, because otherwise there isn't room for the other 2 letters. So this has to be K. So likewise, over here, we've got the letter Y, and the letter Y can't go in this first slot because the letter E has to go here. So this can't be Y, this can't be Y, and as soon as we get up here, this has to be Y. But yeah, Pretzel Pete, I wish you luck in your streaming endeavors. It's always good to see more people getting into streaming, especially people who are into cybersecurity. Okay, so we've got the letter K here and the letter Y here, and we're going to try to solve the other 2 letters here as well. So there's only 2 other letters. There's an E and a Y for this column, and we know that the E can't be here because the E has to be the first letter in this column. So this has to be the Y, and this has to be the E. So same thing up here. So this can't be the E, so it has to be the K. And this is the E through process of elimination. Yeah. I mean, it'd be really cool if we could foster a group of live streamers who all watch each other's streams. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, so what else? We probably want to figure out some of these rows as well. So we got this row, and we know that this is not K because K is already over here. So K is already over here, and this has to be K, the first thing here. So this is a blank. So this is a blank, and this one we're not sure about. But going this way, the E has to be the first letter in this direction. So this is the E, and this is the Y. And then I think we can do the same thing in this last row over here. Do we not already have that? Kinda. Let me think. Well, there's Panko. There's Panko who is streaming right now. And who else is in the cybersecurity community? Like your cyber doctor, Blaze Bits, and I'm kind of blanking right now. Okay, so the E is probably, this is probably the E over here because it kind of fits, because the first one is, and here is E, and the first one going up here is E. So this will be E, and this will be blank, and this will be K, like this. And then we can extrapolate from here. So the last letter in this column is a Y. So where's the Y going to be? The Y is probably here, because Y has to be the first letter in this row. So that means that this is blank and this is blank. Oh yeah, Tyler, right. And we used to have a Slyborg. I mean, I'm sure that Slyborg will come back eventually, when she has more time. In fact, she probably has a lot of good stories from DEF CON. So that means that this has to be K, because there are only 2 letters in this row. So this is K, and this is Y. Okay, and then we only have a few more to fill out here. So the E in this column is not going to be here, so it has to be here, which means that this is blank. And then the K going down fits over here, and we're finished. Solved in 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Awesome, awesome. Okay, we'll move on to the next puzzle. Alright, so what's this? So we're so high up, this is our house over here. Wait, are the buildings below trying to tell us something? So this is a nonogram, otherwise known as Picross. So this is a game where we need to make a picture with a bunch of grids and coordinates. Okay, let's read the puzzle rules. So this is a nonogram, a very popular puzzle type, commonly known as Picross, which is a Nintendo trademark. 2 puzzle makers, Non Ishida and Tetsuya Nishio, both independently invented nonograms in 1987, completely coincidentally. The joy of painting with Picross. Everybody, if you want to try this out yourself, this is the link over here. Okay, follow the number clues around the edges. Shade some cells to reveal the solution. So a number next to a row or column indicates how many shaded consecutive cells there are in that row or column. Shaded cells from a single number clue must not be separated from each other. When a row or column has more than one number clue, it means that there are multiple groups of shaded cells. These groups appear in the same order as the clues. The shaded cells can be in any position in a row or column as long as the group size and order matches the hint. Multiple groups of shaded cells must not be connected to each other. You can right-click or tap to mark something. Okay. And, yeah. So Zamru, hello, nice to see you here. How are you doing? Alright, so let's go ahead and take a look at the puzzle first before we start looking at the hints over here. Okay, so we're looking for patterns that only have one possible solution, right? So we got 5 and 1. So what is the size of the grid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So this has more than one pattern, but 5 and 2 only has one pattern. So it's 5 and 2. So that solves this particular column. And do we have anything else like that? We've got a 4 and a 2. The 5s are useful. Yeah, the 5s are useful. So let's see, 5 and 1. So there's like a couple of different possibilities for 5 and 1. Let's take a look. So we also have this intersecting one over here, which is 4 and 2. So we could do... So the only thing that makes... So this is probably the 2. But the 4 might be something like this. Or it might be like shifted 1 over. But we can't fill in this one because then it would interfere with this one. 4 of them are set. 4 of them are set. I mean, I guess the other thing we can clue in on is that if we solve this column, it also helps us solve these rows. So 2 is definitely right there. And I guess 1 and 1, 3 and 2, 3 and 2. So 3 and 1 is also solved right here. So we've got 1 here, and then 3 like this. So 3 and 1, because we know that this has to be in place. Yeah, we're using these games to warm up our brains? Kind of. I mean, not every person who does cybersecurity or hacking likes to play these kind of games, but I like to play these kind of games to, well, I mean, you know, do a warm-up and warm up our brains, you know, practice our problem-solving skills. Okay, so this is also 3 and 1, which is the same pattern over here. We have 1 and 3. 1 and 3 is probably like this. Although, that's not for sure. And actually, 3 and 1 isn't necessarily like this either. This is kind of just a guess. The other thing we have to go off of is like the 5 and 1. So the 5 and 1... it's probably going to be 1 and then 3. 1 and then 3. Oh, okay. So if this is 1 and 3, 1 and then 3 like this, then the 5 and 1... I mean, the 5 and 1, 1 is going to be down here. And 5, it could be like a number of different patterns, right? 1 and 2. 5 has 4 cells already given. 4 cells already given. Three and 1, 1 and... Two, 3, 4, 5. So it's either this or it's shifted up by 1. But I'm not too sure which one it is. Tattletale, hello, nice to see you here. We're currently doing this puzzle over here if you wanna join us. So if this is to follow 3 and 1, it could be like that. But I'm not completely sure. We'll just go with this for now and see if we can, if it's wrong, we're going to have to correct it later. Okay, so 1 and 3, this is 4 and 2. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2. This is 3 and then 1, 2, 3, and then 1. This is 3 and 2. 2, 3. And then I'm not too sure which 2 this would be over here. 1 and 3, 1. Then the 3 over here we're not sure about. 1 and then 2. So 1 and then it's going to be either that one and that one. Maybe like this, because this satisfies the 1 and 1 for this column. And Juan Fernando, nice to see you here. What's up? You don't know it's beginner and yeah, I guess we don't. But I'm just kind of like I'm just kind of guessing here. Although there is definitely like a logical pattern you can take to most of these. Well, I mean to all of them. There's a logical pattern you can take to all of these. And Sescale, hello, nice to see you here. You're guessing, not deducing. Okay, so maybe we'll take a look at these hints. The hints will let us better understand. Okay, there is one column that is fully constrained right away. So we started with that one. Don't forget to mark the empty cells with an X. So we'll mark the empty cells with an X like this. Even if a row or column isn't fully constrained, there may be only a few possible positions where each block of shaded cells can go. If every one of those positions would cover a particular cell, you can shade that cell in. Similarly, if there are cells that a block of shaded cells will never cover, you can mark them with an X. Keep checking each row and column to see if there are any more cells that you can either shade or mark with an X. I mean, that's some general advice. So the 5 and the 1. I mean, I'm pretty confident that the 5 and the 1 is this pattern right here. Because this here, the 1 and the 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. So this makes the block of 2. So the block of 2 is here. We've got too many here. 1 and 1. So which means that 1 and 3 has to be down here instead. I don't agree with your 5, 1 in column 1. 5, 1 in column 1. So I mean, the other solution would be this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then leave 2 alone, which means that we would do 4 and 2 over here. 1 and 3, this seems to make sense. We got 1 and 4, and then 1 and 4, then 1 and 1, and then 1 and... 1 and 1 doesn't match down here, though. Hold on. So 4 and 2... 4 and then 2, which would mean that 1 and 3 over here has to be like this, and this does match the 1 and 1 down here. 1 and 1, 1 and 1, 2 and 1 and 4, 1 and 4, 1, 1, 1, 1, 5, 5, 2, 3, 2. So the 4 and the 2... Have you ever tried Skillbit? I just started using it. It's really good. Sukunake? Hello, nice to see you here. No, I don't really know about Skillbit. What can you describe what Skillbit is to me? Thank you. So 1 and 3, 2 and something, 4 and 2. The 2 has to be here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to. We'd have to interrupt this this row to create 4 otherwise. Although we could do 4 over here. So if the 4 and the 2 looks like this, then the 5 and the 1 has to be like that. MetaCTF. Oh, okay. So 1, 1, 3, and 2. This doesn't... I'm having a problem. So the 4 and the 2 It seems like the 2 has to go over here, otherwise it would interrupt this. And then the 5 and the 2 wouldn't be a proper pattern. So if we've got 1 and 1, and then 3 and 2, that means we need to get rid of this. And then it would be 2, and then 3, like this. 3 and then 2. Hmm. 1 and then 3. 1 and then 3 means that if it's not on this side, it has to be down like that. So this fits the 1 and the 1 and in these 2 columns. 5 and 2 fits, 3 and 2 fits, 1 and 1. I'm not too sure where the other 1 is. We'll figure it out. Cross-check your options? Yeah, okay, this one up across here is 3 and 1. So we need to make a pattern of 3 and 2. Row 7 is blank. Row 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Blank. Okay. So now we've covered. So it's like 2 and 3, like this then. Column 7, row 1. Column 7, row 1. So we need the 1 and the 1 in here. And this also has to fulfill the 3 and the 1. Three and 2. One and 2. The top right corner is free. The top right corner is free. So there's nothing there. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Okay, so we know that this only has one pattern. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2. We need to make sure that this stays blank. So for this, the 4 and the 2 has to have the 2 over here, because we can't do 4 and 2 on this side. Cross all of the illegal fields out with the mouse, right like that. So this cannot be. This cannot be. 1, 1, 3, 2. So this is not, and this is also 3 and 1. So this is, because this is the 1 that we've established here, that means that these are not valid. Okay, 2, 1 means that these are not valid. Okay, top row ends in a 1 section. That means 3 on the first row can be crossed off. 3 on the first row. So 3 on the first row. So first row is here. This is the 1, and then ends in a 1 section. So it does end in the 1 section, but then we've got this thing over here, and we need to determine if the 3 is like this, or if the 3 is in like another pattern. Okay, column 6. This is column 6. Okay, and we've got the 2 and the 2, which means that this is... This has to be part of the 2. So it's... 1 and the 1. So column 6, next to that must be crosses since it's a 1. Column 6. So these are crossed out. You have a 2 pattern here, a 3 pattern here. The 4 and the 2, there's more than one pattern that can form this. Okay, so I think we can do this last row over here, because why did we cross this out? The 3 and the 2 means that I think it means that this has to be the 2 and this has to be the 3. Okay, this makes sense. We've eliminated everything else. Okay, and since we've got the 2 in here, and then we got the there's gonna be one more of these over here. 3 and the 1. So if we've got the 1 over here, that means that this can't be, this cannot be, and then it's gonna be one of these patterns here. So the 2 pattern we've got over here, which means that this has to be blank. And in this row, we've got the 2, but we don't have the 3 yet. We have the 1. This has to be blank. We've got the 2 here. This has to be blank. We've got the 2. This has to be blank. The 4 and the 2. We've got the 2. We've got the 2 here, which means this is blank, and this is blank. And since this has to be 3, like this, that means this one's blank. Cyber Sage, hey, what is up? I'm your biggest fan. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, so 3 and then 1. So this is going to be 5 and 1 down here. This is going to be 5 and 1. This is 1 and then 4. Three and then 1. 1 and then 3. So it's either going to be here or here. Okay, solved it. Hey, that's awesome. That's awesome. No, no worries. Nobody's late. You can always catch up. You can go to YouTube. You can put the stream on 2 times if you want to. You can skip around, all that good stuff. Okay, 1 and then this is 1 and then 1. So it's not this one. So we've eliminated everything here, which means that this has to be the 1 for this. We got the 3 and the 2 here. We got the 5 and the 2 here. We've got 1 for the 1 and the 1 here. We need to figure out the other one. It's not. The 5 starts at the very top. So the 5 starts at the very top. So are you talking about... So these are the rows. See the rows, row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4. And these are the columns. Column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. So let me know if what you're talking about is the row or the column, and otherwise I'll just try to figure this out on my own. So the 3 is here, and then the 1 is going to be here or here. We've got a 1 and a 4, 2 and a 2. So if we can figure out what the pattern is for the first column, so what the 5 and the 1 is, I think we came to a conclusion that three and 2, 1 and 3. So 1 and 3, and if we've got 3 here, that means this is blank, which means that we've solved this one. This column with the 1 and the 1. I mean, I don't want to talk about anything too political, Red Sly Fox. Yeah, I mean, you know, let's not get too deep into that. Okay. We're just here to talk about technology stuff. Sometimes it kind of bleeds into politics, but we try to avoid it when we can. So if this is the pattern and we need the 4, that means that this is the 4, which means there's a blank here. If there's a blank here, that means that the 5 has to be run along this top. Okay, this helps us a lot. This means that 3 and 1 is 3 and 1. This is 1 and then 2, which means that this is all blank. This is 1 and then 3, which means this is all blank. This is 3 and then 2, which means there's a blank here. 3 and 1, blank here. And we're pretty close to finished. So 1 and then 4, like that. 1 and then 1 is done. 1 and then 4 is done like this, which means there's a 1 here. Okay. I wonder what this is supposed to look like. It took way too long for me to solve that one, but we got there in the end. Yeah, we're trying to keep it completely logical over here. Next puzzle. Okay, leaving the tower, our friend stumbles upon a familiar flock of sheep. I love these. Okay. I see the star over here. I love these puzzles. So this is called the star battle. We'll talk about this and then we'll solve it. Link? Yeah, okay, here's the link if you want to try this out yourself. So this is an unusual variant of the star battle. Unlike your typical star battle, this one isn't divided into regions. Place exactly 1 star in each row and column, ensuring that there are no 2 stars next to each other, including diagonally. Keep in mind that exactly 1 star in each row and column. There can only be 1 star in each row. There can only be 1 star in each column. Stars cannot be next to each other vertically, horizontally, or diagonally. Okay, you can mark the ones that are not valid. Okay, so let's see if we can figure this out without looking at the hints, because I like doing these ones. So if there has to be, oh, you know what? That's really hard to see. We'll switch off our dark mode just for this one. Okay, sorry about the flashbang, everybody. So if there's a star here or here, that means that these... Where do they overlap? So they they overlap here, which means that they can't be a star here or here. Of course, we don't know. I haven't done these in a while. So what we need to do is we need to identify places where there can only be one option. So here as well. So these two squares, they overlap in these cells that can't have things in them. And then for this column, for this row, oh, this is a difficult one too, huh? Okay. So we just need to block these off. Are there any other rows or columns where there are only 2 or 3 possibilities? Let's start looking at some hints. If a row or column has only 2 available cells in it, this allows you to place an X in some adjacent cells that could therefore never have a star in them. So they could be never a star in these cells. Because if we got stars here, they share these overlapping cells. Okay, sometimes the trick will cascade. Placing some X's ends up leaving another row or column with only 2 available cells. So you can place more X's adjacent to those. Okay, so if so for this row, it's going to be either here or here, but they don't share anything. Like same thing over here. So they talk about the trick cascading on us. So for this column, are there any shared? So they all shared this. Which means that okay, so they all share that, but they don't share anything else. So for that column, we've got, you know, this potential stuff. We got this potential, and these potential ones. So are there any other choke points? So I guess this column only has 2 possibilities. So it's this one and this one. So we'll just never mind this for right now. So these both share these adjacent cells. which means that the possibility for these are only these two, and these two share this. Sorry, this. Are there any rows with only 2 or 3 that we need to pay attention to? We'll get the next hint. Okay, once you've placed a number of X's, you should be able to start placing your first stars in the 3 leftmost columns. In the 3 leftmost columns, consider various arrangements that would quickly lead to contradictions. The 3 leftmost columns, so these are the columns 3, 1, 2, 3. Solved in 6 minutes and 26 seconds. It was a tricky one. Yeah, this is well, it's still a tricky one for me. I've got 16 minutes to solve this one. We'll see if we can get it done. So these two share this. Remember, no touchy, no diagonals, and all rows and columns need 1. Yeah, for sure. So I guess if we're talking about contradictions, that means that there's either going to be a star here or a star here. Which would also mean that the other star would not be there. Once you've placed a number of X's, you should be able to start placing your first stars in the 3 leftmost columns. This column, this column, this column. Yeah, I don't see it. Specifically in the second column, only the top and bottom cells are available, but placing a star in one of those cells would prevent the first and third columns from being valid. Okay, so second column, we're talking about this one here, right? Only the top and bottom cells are available, so this one and this one. Placing a star in one of those columns would prevent the first and third columns from being valid. So the first one, so this prevents so if you place the star here, then this would be invalid. Then we can't solve it. Okay, so let's pretend that we place down this one. That makes this invalid, and that means that the so I think this is supposed to be the invalid move, which means that this has to be it, which means that we can fill in these, and this would have to be the solution for this row, which would invalidate these places. And that means that here, in this column, the answer has to be here. No, here. Which invalidates this and this, which puts this star here. And that means that this row has to have the star here. And this row would have the star here. And then sorry, I need to block off all these things. Star, so we're going down the rows, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and then the one down here. Not sure yet. We need to solve this question over here. So the overlap is... So it has to be... For this column, it has to be here. Which means that this star is here. Oh, but what happens to this column then? Sorry, this row. So if we go down here, we've got a bit of a problem. What's the last hint? Don't forget to place X's in the whole row and column that the star is in, even across gaps between the cells. This should lead to a cascade of stars being placed. So we just need to find a space for this star. Okay, let's start again from the beginning. Okay. So if we got these two, that means that these can't be valid places. We have these two, that means that these two can't be valid places. And so for this column, it can be either of these, which means that this is not, these all share this adjacent space. So we need to find the contradiction. So this is where we started off. So if this column has to have a star either here or here, one of them makes things impossible, right? So I think we came to the conclusion that if we put a star here, that means that it'd be like that. Oh, was that the actual... Maybe this was the answer. This was the correct answer. Which means that for this column there are two possibilities down here, but which one we're not completely sure. So here, these all share this one. Which means that for this row, the star has to be here and not here. And that means that the star for this row has to be here, which means we can block off this other stuff. So for this row, there's only one possibility. And then for this row, there's only this one. And for this column, there's only this. How to download Linux? Download Linux? I mean, if you're starting off, you don't necessarily need to download Linux. You can use other people's Linux machines. But here, I've got some education links. If you want to learn how to use Linux. And we're going to be talking about Linux in a little bit as well. But if you want some resources for where to learn about Linux, try out this link. Okay, and then there we go. Okay, done. So we got 5 minutes. Let's see what the next puzzle is. This is another... Oh, this is Sudoku. No? It's called an aquarium puzzle. It does look kind of like Sudoku, though. But I think you might be talking about how to download Linux for cybersecurity. And if you want to learn about learning to... Well, actually, I've got a video. Let me pull it up. I've got a pretty old video on how to deploy a Linux system on top of your own system. Let's see. Let me pull up the video. The Shy Hat. Don't you just need a non-Windows computer or virtual machine for Linux? Yeah, I mean, you can... There are a lot of different things you could do for getting a Linux environment to work inside of, but you might be talking about this, like deploying like a Linux machine inside a virtual environment. So like VirtualBox. You can take a look at this video. Okay, I don't know what this game is. Okay, here's the link, everybody. But Cypher, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, this is an aquarium puzzle genre invented by Inaba Naoki. Okay, the grid represents an aquarium viewed from the side, which must be partially filled with water. An aquarium viewed from the side, which must be partially filled with water. Following the number clues around the edges, fill some shades with water, ensuring that it flows with the laws of physics. A 1 next to a row or column indicates how many shaded cells there are in that row or column. These cells do not have to be consecutive. Oh, they don't have to be consecutive. Okay. Shaded cells represent water, which always flows downward in a grid and stops at the borders between regions. Some regions may remain unshaded. This means within a region, shaded cells must have either a border or another shaded cell below them. Water follows the laws of physics, so a single body of water within a region must have the same surface level everywhere. Alright? Within a region, shaded cells must not have unshaded cells next to or below them. A body of water can't have different surface levels. This is... this seems a bit complicated. Alright, so it says, so a number next to a row or column indicates how many shaded cells there are in that row or column. These cells do not have to be consecutive. So we got 8, so this helps us out a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which means that this is all shaded in. This says 6. This says 6. 5, 3. So this is supposed to be the top. There's 8 here. 3. Yeah, it seems like a pretty weird game. So 8 here, 3 here. So these don't have to be consecutive, but if we're following the rules, then it has to fill up, and you can't have like blank squares. So the 3 has to be this. So for this, there's 4. And according to the rules, they can't have like blank squares beside them. And we've already got the 3 here in this row, which means that the 4 has to be something like this. Okay, and then we've got 6 across this row. Three here, but we're not too sure where. 6 here. It's not this. Yeah, I'm not too sure where we apply the logic. Headless Headhunter is raiding with a party of 19. Hello, raiders. And welcome to the stream. Raid message. Cypher Enigma, nice to see you here. And Frodo, it's nice to see you here. Let's give a shout out to Headless Headhunter. So Headless Headhunter is often giving... What kind of... You're usually doing like resume reviews, right? Lime Malicious, hello, nice to see you here. And what were you doing on Headless Headhunter stream? What were you all doing? I'm going to be switching over to our hacking demonstration topic in just a little bit. But yeah, let us know what Headless Headhunter was getting up to. Okay, so we're doing topic 2 now. Topic 3 is on deck. Teaching how to get a job in a recession by reviewing resumes and giving job search advice. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. So if you're looking to get a job in tech, check out Headless Headhunter. Alright, so we'll put 60 minutes on the clock for our next topic. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people can benefit from having their resume reviewed. Roulette? Oh, okay, you're trying to get your resume looked at in the roulette, Lie Malicious. Alright, but yeah, let's start into our next topic. So we're going to be doing some demonstrations from the Hacker Holidays event from TryHackMe. So this is a series of 14 different challenges that range in different levels of difficulty. Okay, but yeah, thank you very much for raiding in, Headless Headhunter. And we're going to be starting into our demonstration topic. All right, everybody, let's get ready for that. So we're doing day number 7. So this one's a pretty difficult challenge compared to all the other ones. And I've got a little write-up ready over here, and we're also going to be looking at a walkthrough document. or like a presentation document. So Hacker Holidays, day number 7. Frodo says, what kind of hacking do you do? Is this some CTFs? Yeah, so we're doing CTF content. So this is going to be mostly like network hacking CTF, so like boot to root. Okay, so I need to do this introduction for my YouTube video that I'm going to turn this into eventually. So so please bear that in mind while I do this. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Do Not Disturb challenge. Oh, okay. I guess we can we can start. We can restart. But Frodo's, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the Do Not Disturb challenge, which is day number 7 from the TryHackMe Hacker Holidays 2026 event. And let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on in this challenge. So let me reset my progress because I finished this one already. Reset progress. Okay, so what are we doing today? Oh, we need to mark this as complete. Just a sec. Okay, so let's take a look at our briefing over here. So signs on the door, rooms active. You have access you were never given. And so does he. Who's he? We don't know. The anomalies stop being anomalies. A session goes warm on a sunbed, and a stranger sits down on it. A wallet signs a transaction its owner didn't authorize. A shell on the beach answers back. And it becomes clear that whoever's already inside has been moving for far longer than you have. The Byte Lotus poolside platform tracks every cabana, every sunbed, every warm session. Byte Lotus never forgets. Someone is already inside. Follow his footprints in, climb the way he climbed, and recover both flags. Okay, Nullsec says Jake from the NSA. Are we... Who's from the NSA? Pretzel Pete says, I recently made a video on how to download a Linux machine. Awesome, awesome. Pretzel Pete, if you could provide the YouTube link, we'd be happy to share it. You just need to defang the link. So basically put some square brackets around the dots and you're going to be okay. Vera from the front desk. Okay, so what we need to do today is we need to do 2 things. We need to find the user flag and find the root flag. So this is a boot to root challenge, basically take over the entire machine. And the first thing we need to do is we need to start up the machine. So under task number 2, we're going to click on the Start Machine button, and then we're going to connect to the TryHackMe network. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So from here, I've got all of my VPN keys in a single directory, and I've got the VPN for TryHackMe here. We'll just activate it with sudo openvpn, and we'll know that we're connected to the network if we run the IPA command and we have a TUN interface, which is typically created by OpenVPN, and we've got an IP address. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait for the machine to come online. It's going to take, well, a few seconds, but let's talk about what we're doing in the meantime. Did it work? I didn't see your link. You just need to, why don't you try splitting it up? So just make sure that the dots are encased in square brackets. Okay, so this is the Hacker Holidays 2026 date. Well, it should say day 7. Do not disturb. So in this challenge for the Hacker Holidays, we're asked to hack a web app and completely take over the server. So the first obstacle is the web app login page. So we're gonna go over to that page in just a second. So we've got our IP address. We're gonna copy it. Then we're gonna navigate to it. HTTP, the IP address, and this is what we see. So reserve a cabana, claim a sunbed, the pool remembers your usual. So what we see here is a login page, and we have to infer a few different things about this particular environment. So the first thing we need to infer is what kind of environment we're dealing with. So you can run the curl command and get the response headers for the web page. So it says powered by Express. So whenever we see X powered by and it says Express, this is usually a good sign that this is a NodeJS application. So NodeJS is a framework for web servers, which runs on NodeJS, which is a JavaScript framework. So one thing we have to understand in this case is that Express or NodeJS is usually paired with NoSQL, is usually paired with a NoSQL database when it's deployed as a web app. So do I talk about this? Just a sec. So we suspect that the valid username is attendant because we see attendant on the page, and that the web app framework is Node.js. MongoDB, yeah. So Node.js web applications are often paired with a MongoDB NoSQL database, so we can use a NoSQL login bypass payload to get access. So this is something we have to infer, that Node.js applications are often paired with MongoDB, which is a NoSQL system, and NoSQL has a particular type of login bypass. So this bypass works because the database evaluates $NE as not equal, and in this case, password is not equal to the number 1. So username attendant and password is not equal to the number 1. So this is kind of a trick that we use to get access as the attendant user. So how do we do this? So what we can do is go over to the login page, and we're just going to start up Burp Suite. Burp Suite is a pretty common web app security tool, and we're going to be using it for this NoSQL login bypass attack. Just a second while we start it up. Okay, so the first thing we'll do is we'll start up the Burp Suite browser. So we'll go over to the Proxy tab and then the Intercept tab. So the Proxy tab, Intercept subtab, click on Open Browser, and that'll open up a web browser that's connected to Burp Suite. So all the web requests that we send will be recorded by the Burp Suite proxy while we're in the Burp Suite browser. So we'll send in login request as attendant, and for the password, we'll just put in test. We'll click on sign in. It says invalid credentials. That's fine. We can go back to Burp Suite in the proxy HTTP history tab, and we can see our login request over here. So we can click on it. We can send this to the repeater. So right click, click on send to repeater, and this is the information for this particular request. What we're going to do is we're going to modify this so that we try to bypass the login for this MongoDB NoSQL system. So down here, username attendant and password array $NE equals test, or anything really. So this is the payload that's going to bypass the login. We click on send, and it says 302 found. So 302 found means it's going to redirect us, and it's redirecting us to the staff endpoint over here. We're going to right click on this, and we're going to put this in a response request in browser in original session. So click on that. It'll give us a link. We'll copy that. Then we're going to go over to the Burp Suite browser and paste in the link. Okay, and then now we're logged in. Mr. Dravol, hello, nice. Mr. Dravo, nice to see you here. Okay, password not equal to value. Yeah, so that's the bypass, the bypass payload. Okay, so here we see another page, and it says customize the guest booking confirmation message below. So, dear guest, your Byte Lotus Cabana is confirmed. So, it says here that the confirmation template is EJS and use brackets guest to personalize. So anytime we're able to put in our user input and it's reflected in something that we return from the web page, we have to check for something called template injection. So let's talk about this. Okay, once in the web app, we can see that the console allows us to run EJS script. Pretzel Pete says SQL injection. To get into the application, we used no SQL injection. So it's a different system, but could use SQL map. You wouldn't be able to use SQL map in this case, because SQL map is for SQL systems. This is a no SQL system, which is a different type of database. Okay, so we see that the console allows us to run EJS script, and EJS is a common templating engine in NodeJS environments. So this application is vulnerable to SSTI, that is server-side template injection, through this endpoint. So we can send EJS code to the application and have it run commands for us. So this is what we're going to do. Where is... Okay, I've got a little document for this. So the EJS payload we're going to be using to check for server-side template injection looks something like this. We'll talk about this over here. So basically, we're using the EJS templating engine to run commands for us. So the payload is global.process main module.require child process, and inside of child process, we're going to execute system commands. So the system command could be anything. In this case, we could do like, who am I? Just to make sure. Well, just to confirm that we can run these system commands. So we'll go back to the application, and inside of our brackets, so these brackets and these brackets, we'll paste in our payload, and then we'll click on preview. So we see here, dear poolside, your Byte Lotus Cabana is confirmed. So the result of our command, who am I, came back as poolside, which lets us know that we have remote command execution. So what we can do is we can create a reverse shell payload that is going to give us direct access to the web server. So in order to do that, we need to set that up. Okay, so we're going to set up a listener to catch our reverse shell connection from the victim machine, and that's going to be RL wrap with the Penelope shell handler on port 443. So when we run that, we have a listener, and that's going to listen for incoming connections. So the other thing we need to do is we need to get our own IP address. So our IP address is this one over here. If we do IPA, we see our own IP address. We're just going to copy that, and then we're going to craft a reverse shell payload. So typically you can do this on websites like revshells.com. It's a very commonly used tool that we can use to get to craft these reverse shell payloads. So we have to paste in our IP address and the port number where our listener is, port 443. So I'm confused on why the RL wrap on Penelope. I mean, I found that I wasn't able to get like command history when I used Penelope by itself. I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not completely sure whether or not the Penelope has like command history off the bat. But maybe I shouldn't be using RL wrap. Sick in the mind. You probably know better than I do, because you probably use Penelope a lot more than I do. Okay, so from here we're gonna use our favorite reverse shell payload, which is the BusyBox Netcat one. So BusyBox is a utility inside of Linux that has a bunch of tools. So Netcat, we can use it to run Netcat with a -e tag, which is usually disabled on most other versions of Netcat. So we'll run that. We'll put it into our payload. So the payload is going to be the same for our EJS template injection. The only thing we're changing out is the command. So instead of who am I, we do the reverse shell payload. Let me just get the entire payload. Copy it. Could be a bug or feature request for Penelope. Not entirely sure. Okay, so we've copied the payload. We'll go back to the web page and we'll just paste it into the template. Serpentor, hey, what's up, man? Nice to see you here. Okay, paste in the payload and click on preview. And now we see that the page is hanging. It's in the middle of process. We check our reverse shell listener and we see we're logged in. So we type who am I? We are poolside. Okay, so let's talk about how we got in with Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man. Let's call him up.
Hey there, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Do Not Disturb Administrator, it seems like you enjoy deploying insecure NodeJS applications with NoSQL login bypass vulnerabilities. That is a big mistake. We managed to use the NoSQL bypass login to access your application, and from there, we found server-side template injection on your preview app. Maybe you knew about the security flaws on your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so we're in now, but the fun has only just begun. Let's talk about what is going on in this application before we continue. Alright, so from here, we're now acting as the poolside user, and thank you very much to Pardovat for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, Serpenter asks, which Linux OS are you running, Kali or Arch? I'm running Kali Linux. Unfortunately, I haven't taken a lot of time to figure out how to install Arch Linux, but yeah, this is Kali Linux. So, acting as the poolside user, we spot an interesting process being run by the pipeline SVC user. So, if we get the running processes, we see that it's running user bin node inspect localhost port 9229 processor.js. So what does this mean? So this process exposes a Node.js script for debugging via tools like Google Chrome or Node.js's own debugger. SysOS says skip Arch, go to CachyOS directly. Much more fun. If you say so. I haven't investigated. Okay. So using the Node.js debugger, we can enumerate the user context the process is running as and run system commands in the context of that user. So let's go ahead and do that. So back over here, we can do ps aux to get the running processes. Actually, let's make the font a little smaller so that we can get the entire thing. So we see here that the pipeline SVC user is running user bin node inspect 127001 processor.js. So like we said, it's exposing this particular script for debugging, and we can run this command. So node inspect 127001 9229. I think that's it. Let me double check. Okay, Cache OS is Arch based. Oh, I think I've heard the name before, but I haven't really I don't know very much about it. Okay, so we're working as the poolside user. We can run node inspect 127001 9229, and then from there we can use the repl command to start a read, evaluate, print loop session, allowing for JS commands to be run. So let's do that. So we're in the debugger now, and we run repl to start the loop, the debug loop, and then from here we can run commands like process.get IUID to see which process we're running as. So we're running as 995, and we can also get the group ID, and it also tells us that this is 995, and we can also run commands. So to run the commands directly, we'll run something like this. So we'll take a look at what the command is doing before we run it in the debugger. So instead of our reverse shell payload, we'll get to that later. What we're going to do is we're just going to run like a whoami command through process.getBuild built-in module child process. So this is similar to the payload we're using for the template injection. .exec sync, run the command whoami, toString. So toString means that it'll print out the results of the command. So we're just going to run this command for remote code execution. Where was that? That was over here. Okay, so we run the command, and it says we're running as the pipeline SVC user. So this is another user on the system. And what we can do is we can try to get a remote shell for this user by setting up another listener. So let's see, remote access to, and we'll run Penelope again, our shell handler, but this time it's going to be on port 53. Okay, so we use commonly allow listed ports like 443 and 53 because arbitrary ports can sometimes be blocked on certain firewall configurations. So we're going to run another busybox payload, so busybox netcat, and this is going to open up a shell as the pipeline SVC user. So here in the debugger, we run this payload, we see that it does not come back to us. But if we go back to our other listener, we see that we are now connected as the pipeline SVC user. So who am I? Pipeline SVC. And the other thing we need to understand is that this user has special permissions on the system. So after getting direct access as this new user, we learn that they're part of the Linux disk group, which has admin powers over the system's storage devices and hard drives. So if you get access as a user that's part of the disk group, it's a very good thing for you and a very bad thing for the security of the system. So what we can do is we can enumerate the disk partitions on the file system, and then we can read the final flag for the challenge. So this challenge doesn't let us have root access, unfortunately, but what we can do is we can read the flag. So the first command we run is this one. And this command, it's basically going to look in the file system in the devices directory, and it's going to look for different types of file systems. So SD something something, VD something something, NVMe something something, and mapper something something. So when we look for these files, for these hard disks or these devices, we see that we've got all of these ones. So what we would do is we'd run a special tool called debugfs to run certain commands on the system and maybe read files. So sysos says root alike access to debugfs, so kinda root. Sometimes as the disk group user, you can actually get root access, but on this system, I haven't figured it out. Okay, so there's actually only one disk that we need to pay attention to, and let me talk about that. So on this system, we can try reading like a common file on one of these disk file systems. So maybe etc password, just as a test. So if we were to test the other disk systems, like NVMe 0, it gives us file system not open. So all of these other file systems are not open except for this one, which is a reflection of the current file system. So in this case, we can read any file on the file system through this device. Okay, I could use grep or sed to read files. I mean, you can just use cat to read these files. So in this case, to complete the challenge, we just need to read the root flag, which is typically in the root directory, and it's going to be called root.txt. And we get the final flag. So we also need to get the user flag. So let's go ahead and get that. I think the user flag was in the poolside user. Poolside user's home directory. So home poolside user.txt. Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and submit these two flags. Copy, go back to TryHackMe. User flag is this, and root flag is this. And we're finished. Pretzel Pete asks, like, what are you looking for? So I mean, in this case, we're looking directly for the flags. The goals of the challenge are to get the user flag and the root flag. Not necessarily getting root access, but sometimes we can get root access when we're working as the disk user on the system. Okay, so there's one more thing we're going to do. We're just going to wrap up. So review of the vulnerabilities. So on this day, so it's should say day 7, I'm sorry about that. Initial access, we got in through NoSQL login bypass through the web app. And then the second part for initial access was the SSTI server-side template injection via the EJS preview page. So from there, we did some privilege escalation. There were 2 parts. So privilege escalation 1 was the exposed NodeJS debug process, which we took advantage of by using the NodeJS debugger to run commands. And privilege escalation 2 was the disk user group arbitrary file read. So the user that we got access as was part of the disk user group, and through there we did arbitrary file read to read the flag. Alright everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for day number 7 from TryHackMe's Hacker Holidays 2026 event. do not disturb. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Looking for lost passwords, of course. Yeah, that's exactly what we do. Alright, we've got one more challenge to work through. It's going to be a lot easier than this one. This one was much more difficult than the previous ones that we did in so far. So today we're going to, the next one we're going to do is called Towel on the Sunbed. And this is going to highlight a different vulnerability. So for Sprinter asks, curious if the disks were encrypted with file vault or encrypted drives in this scenario. This was one of the hardest ones of the event. I mean, I'm glad to hear that the difficulty ramps down after this. So if these disks are encrypted with file vault or if they're unencrypted, I mean, I'm pretty sure that in this particular challenge that they're not really encrypted drives. But then again, we weren't able to get access to them. Anyways, okay. Let me set up for the next challenge. So the next challenge it's pretty straightforward. You just don't have access, they're not encrypted. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. Let me reset my access, my progress. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Towel on the Sunbed challenge, otherwise known as day number 8 from the TryHackMe 2026 Hacker Holidays event. Let's take a look at the description for the challenge. Okay, so Ponzi found the resort's wellness portal running a little side project called Ponzi, a crypto rewards app, poolside edition. He set his towel down, claimed his daily reward, and went to reapply sunscreen. He came back to find that the sunbed had been claimed 3 times over while he wasn't looking. He's convinced that the app owes him a spot in the whale vault. The app disagrees politely once every 24 hours. Somewhere between his request and the server's clock, there's a gap wide enough for walk a whale through. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to start up the machine. So let's go ahead and do that at the top of the task. Click on Start Lab Machine, and this should get us access in about 1 minute or so. In the meantime, let's just talk about this. So today's itinerary: create a guest account and explore Ponzi's daily reward mechanism. Work out exactly what's standing between you and Whale Vault status, and find your way past it and retrieve the flag from the vault. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about what we're doing in here. So this is Hacker Holidays 2026 Day 8, Towel on the Sunbed. That Ponzi's always scheming. Yup. Okay, so in this challenge for Hacker Holidays, we're asked to exploit a web app's one-time reward function. So once in the app, we're going to see that we have to register a user, and then when we use the claim reward button, we get 50 of the cryptocurrency called Ponzi. So our goal is to get 150 Ponzi to complete the challenge. So let's go ahead and go back to get our IP address. Should be showing us the IP in just a few seconds. Okay. So we're going to copy the IP address and we're going to access this from our browser. I'm pretty sure we need to access this on port 3000, as it says over here. Okay, let's do that. Alright. So over here, we see the application login page, and we don't have an account. We also are not given any credentials, so we have to create a new account. So click on register, and then create a username and password. So I'm just going to do HackerFrogs, and then the password is going to be something. It's just going to be password. Okay, so once we're logged into the application, this was one of the few that I used burp for. Oh, really? Did you? The pawns. All right, so from here, we see that we've got our cryptocurrency application over here. And we see there's a button over here that lets us claim a reward. So just because we know that we're going to be doing some manipulation of our web requests, we're going to copy our dashboard. Well, actually, we need to log in there too. Okay, so we're just going to copy this. We're going to go over to Burp Suite. And in Burp Suite, well, let me show you. Once you've started up Burp Suite, you need to go over to the proxy and then intercept subtab. So from here, we can open up the Burp Suite browser, which is connected to Burp Suite. The pawns, yeah. All right. So we'll paste in the IP address on port 3000, and we'll just log in as our user that we registered. Okay, so we see here that there's the button that lets us claim our reward. We'll click on it, and we see that we received 50 Ponzi, but we need 150 Ponzi to unlock the whale vault and claim your exclusive reward. So let's talk about the concept behind this before we do the attack. So after clicking on the claim rewards button the first time, it becomes unavailable for 24 hours, but we can't wait that long. We want to solve the challenge now. So when web app security testing, when we come across any promo codes or discount codes, we have to test whether applying these codes is vulnerable to a race conditioned exploit. So what is the race conditioned exploit? So a simplified version of the steps for applying a discount code are illustrated above. So when we try to apply our discount code, the system checks to see if the promo has been used before, then it dispenses the currency to the account, and then the flag for the promo code is used. It flags the promo code as used. Yeah. Tocto. Yes, that's correct. Okay, Supreme Overlord says, this is your humble subscriber. I want to know how to how you manage to learn and solve labs in one session without feeling burnt out. Okay, I'm a noob. What is a 0 day? A 0 day is an exploit for a piece of software or an operating system. It's basically a hack that has never been documented before. So it's an exploit that nobody has seen before. So it's been 0 days since it's been discovered. Okay, and Supreme Overlord says, how do you learn and solve labs in one session without feeling burnt out? Well, I mean, I don't. I just try to work through stuff as best as I can. Sometimes I switch over to other stuff. SysOS Master says, a 0 day is an unpatched vulnerability, typically unknown to the maker and vendor. Sick of the Mind says a 0 day is a vulnerability that hasn't been patched. So it's basically yeah, that's a more accurate description for what I said, which is like an undocumented exploit. Undocumented by security researchers, of course. Okay, so if the function that applies the code isn't coded securely, it may allow multiple promo codes to be applied before flagging the promo code is used. So this is what a race condition exploit is. So we're able to race the application and apply several of these promo codes before the system gets to flag the promo code is used. Okay, so let's go ahead and take advantage of this. So back at Burp Suite, or the browser, so we see that, okay, wait, I've got one more thing to talk about here. Okay, so we'll do the following steps to exploit the race condition on the web app to finish the challenge. So we're going to create a new account because this account's promo code has already been used. we're going to send 3 promo code redeems at the same time, and then we're going to get the flag. So how about the same promo code applied multiple times? That's exactly what we're doing here. Okay, so using Burp Suite, we can copy the promo code redeem request multiple times, and then we can send them all at once. So I'll show you how to do that right now. So over at Burp Suite, well, the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to create a new user, because this user's already used their promo code. So we'll log out. We will create a new user. How about like and subscribe? Okay, and their password is going to be password. Sign in. Invalid credentials. Uh-oh. Somebody's already created this user. How about subscribe and like? Oh, sorry, we're trying to sign in. We need to register. Silly me. Okay, like and subscribe. Password. Create account. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to claim the reward, but multiple times, we're going to send multiple requests trying to claim the reward at the same time to circumvent the system. So inside of Burp Suite, in the HTTP history tab, we're going to scroll down until we see no, what was it called again? The claim post request. Okay, so the claim post request is over here in the list. We're going to send that to the repeater so that we can repeat this request. Of course, we've got the wrong cookie here. This is the cookie for the other user. So we're going to grab the cookie for our current user, which is down at the bottom in the register request. So there's our cookie. We're just going to copy it. And then we're going to go to the repeater, and we're going to replace the cookie in here. Paste it in, okay. AdVal says, I just arrived. Is the promo code a trigger for an exploit? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to game the system by applying the promo code multiple times to do like the infinite money glitch. So if you're able to redeem some currency on a system or apply a discount, and they do not have protections against race conditions, you can get unlimited currency on the with the web application. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a tab group. So right-click on the tab, select Add Tab to Group, New Tab Group. We're going to call this Promo Code. And inside of this tab, we can duplicate our post request. So duplicate tab, I don't know, let's do it 10 times. Click on duplicate. So we've got 10 different tabs with the same request. What we're going to do is we're going to send these all at once by right-clicking on the send button on the right-hand side, and select send group in parallel last byte sync. So this means that all of these requests are going to be sent at roughly the same time because they're all synced up. You must not redeem. Yeah, that's right. Okay, click on send group in parallel. Okay, and these all went through okay. And we see that our new balance has, it's going, well, they're not all sent at the same time, but we've got a really big balance. So if we go back to the application in the browser and then we refresh, we see that we now have 550 Ponzi and we're now at the whale tier. Okay, so down here, we can click on the Open Vault button, and we get the flag for this challenge. So towel on the sunbed double spend. Okay, we'll copy this, and then we'll go back to TryHackMe, and we'll paste in the flag. Click on check, and we're finished. Okay, so before we wrap up, we'll talk about what exactly we took advantage of on the system. So this is day 8 wrap up. So on this system, it's basically a shop application that allows users to redeem a promo code. The promo code redeem function is vulnerable to a race condition exploit. So we are able to redeem the promo code multiple times. Okay, so, and we were able to do this. We were able to do this through the Burp Suite repeater tool. Okay. All right, everybody. That was a guided walkthrough 4. Did this not? Just a second, everybody. Okay, so I feel that this could be made into a NaN automation. Sorry, N8N. I mean, I'm sure you could create like a macro that does this as well, but I mean, this is kind of out of scope for what we're doing. Alright everybody, this was a guided walkthrough 4, the Towel on the Sunbed Challenge, otherwise known as day number 8 from TryHackMe's Hacker Holidays 2026 event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons in the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Yeah, you could do this with curl. It's just a little bit trickier to set up, but you certainly can get this done using the curl command. All right, let's go ahead and how much time do we have left? 11 minutes, 10 minutes. We can start the next. We can start the next topic early. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're doing topic 3, and topic 4 is on deck. Others have done it with curl? Yeah, I think I've done something similar with curl before. It's just that it's maybe a little bit easier to visualize using it, doing it with Burp Suite. Okay, let's put an hour on the clock. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something very, very beginner friendly. And we're going to start up a little course. It's going to be 5 or 6 sessions long. And we're just going to be talking about Linux basics. So a lot of people who get into cybersecurity, they learn how to use Linux because Linux has a lot of cybersecurity tools that they can play around with. And, well, I mean, Linux is also very, very cool in and of itself. We'll talk about why we use Linux. We'll talk about the basics of Linux in this first workshop. Controlling the timing is harder with just curl. Also true. Also true. Okay, so let's start. This is HackerFrogs After School Linux Basics, workshop number 1. So we're going to be doing some file reading and navigation. So file system navigation. Welcome to HackerFrogs After School. So HackerFrogs After School is a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of subjects. So this is the intro to Linux OS operations. What is Linux? Like Windows and Mac OS, which might be operating systems that you're more familiar with, Linux is a computer operating system, otherwise known as an OS. So basic DOS lessons for people who skip DOS. I like Red Hat and Ubuntu. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people who are not in cybersecurity also learn Linux. Linux is just a very helpful operating system for doing all sorts of stuff. Unlike Windows and Mac OS, Linux is free and open source, which means its source code can be viewed and potentially modified by anybody. Linux is a modular OS, which means that software components can be very easily added, updated, or removed to fit the user's needs. This has led to development of different distributions, that is, variations, of Linux that cater to different groups of users. Specifically, cybersecurity-oriented distributions of Linux exist, which are ideal for cybersecurity student use. Nullsec says I might move over to BSD. Unix is not free, which is the difference. I mean, a lot of people use the terms Linux and Unix interchangeably. They certainly have a lot of similarities, but they're not the same thing. Okay, so why are we learning Linux for cybersecurity? Linux is easily accessible to students since it's free. Many cybersecurity tools and software are available to Linux users, most of which are free, and cybersecurity-oriented distributions of Linux are readily available. Unix can be free. Can it be free? Or is it? Is it? Okay. I mean, there are certain versions of Unix that are free. Okay, so the other thing we're going to be talking about is CTFs. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool classes prefer to incorporate CTF games into classes for a more interactive experience. But what are CTFs? If you're a beginner to cybersecurity, you might be confused as to all this CTF stuff that people are talking about. Cybersecurity Capture the Flag, or CTF, are games and are training exercises where the goal of the exercise is to capture the flag through use of cybersecurity skills. Okay, and in this context, capture means to gain access to a file or other resource, and flag refers to a secret phrase or password. Okay, let's take a little break because there's an ad running on Twitch. Let's put on... Oh, thank you very much for the subscription. You get Akbas. Thank you. Okay, let's put on the birds, and we'll be back in 60 seconds after the ad is finished on Twitch. But enjoy the music and the birds. Okay, let's put the birds away, and we'll get back to the hacking. Okay, so we're still talking about these CTFs. So the CTF game we're going to be playing to learn basic Linux skills is called PicoCTF. It's a well-known education platform with challenges across many different cybersecurity disciplines. So we've got an update to this. PicoCTF has been folded into another organization called Scilab. But Scilab is older than PicoCTF, and it's basically like the parent organization of PicoCTF. In order to participate in PicoCTF challenges, we need to have a registered account on the website. We can sign up at the following link. So this link is not valid anymore, but I think... Let me get the Scilab registration link. Okay, so this is it over here. If you want to participate, you need an account that you can make over here. So after you've logged in, you can access a lot of different challenges inside of the Learn Challenge Library section of the website. Okay, so let's continue. So we're going to be starting the basic navigation workshop for the Linux course over at HackerFrogs AfterSchool. Okay, so this is the first workshop for Intro to Linux OS Operations. Let us begin. So the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out how to open up our command line terminal, otherwise known as a CLI. So after we log into PicoCTF or Scilab, we can access the web shell. Let me teach you how to do that. So over at Scilab, we need to open a workspace. So the button is up at the top of the screen, and that opens up the terminal for us to work inside of. So a convenient thing we can do is we can also put the terminal in its own browser tab, which is going to be a lot easier to look at. So after you've clicked on, so let me demonstrate that again. So go to Learn Challenge Library. Then after you've arrived on that page, click on Open Workspace to open up the CLI terminal. And from here, you can right-click inside the terminal, select this frame, and then select Open Frame in New Tab. So that'll open up the web shell in its own browser tab, which is much larger and much more easy to look at. So we're going to be using the web shell quite a bit when we're solving these challenges. Okay, so the first thing we're going to be figuring out is how to connect to a server using the SSH program. So we're going to learn how to connect to a remote server using SSH. I'll explain what SSH is and what the remote servers are in just a second. So the challenge that we're going to solve to learn about this is called Super SSH. So after logging into PicoCTF/Scilab and opening the web shell, navigate to the following page to access the Super SSH challenge. So in Scilab, you can just search for this. So inside of Learn Challenge Library, in the search bar, just type in the word SSH, and you should see the Super SSH challenge below. So I'll give you the link as well. What makes it super? That's a good question. Okay, so the challenge description for this challenge says, using a secure shell, SSH, is going to be pretty important. Okay, and before we solve the challenge, we'll talk a little bit about this. So to use SSH, we need a username and server information. We get that from the web page. Okay, so back here, before we can solve the challenge, we need to click on this Launch Instance button over here. It's going to set up the challenge environment, and it gives us some information. So we're going to copy all the information here, and we'll talk about this. So the information we get is this. So can you SSH as the CTF player to titanpicoctf.net at port, well, the port is going to be pretty random. It's going to be random each time we run the challenge. But the important information is the program, whoops, is SSH. the user that we're going to log in as is CTF player. The server we're going to log into is titan.PicoCTF.net, and the port we're going to connect to is this one over here. We also have a password we need to use. So password, and it's this one over here. So they give it to us as well, and it's going to be random each time we run this. So the program we use is SSH. We're going to be using this to access another computer, otherwise known as a remote server. The user that we're going to log in as is called CTF player. The server we're going to contact is called titan.PicoCTF.net. The port number, which is basically the address on the server that we're going to access, is 62168. And the password we're going to put in when we're prompted is this one over here. Okay, so what we can do is we can combine all this information together to create a command that we're going to run to get access to the server. So it's going to be SSH CTF player at titan.PicoCTF.net -p for port 62168. When they ask us for a password, we're going to be using this password. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. I'm pretty sure you can use my server as well if you're following along. So you can use this command. Thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch. Or sorry, following on Twitch, Synthesizer, thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to the challenge. We'll go back to our web shell. And inside the web shell, we'll see that it's disconnected. It's fine, we can reconnect by hitting the Enter key. Okay, and from here, we can run our commands. So we can paste in the command SSH CTF player at titan.PicoCTF.net -p and then the port number. Okay, so when we run the command, so hit the Enter key to run the command, it's going to ask, are you sure you want to continue connecting? So the answer is yes. Type in yes, hit Enter, and then it's going to ask for the password. So the easiest way to put in the password is to copy the password, right-click copy, then in the terminal, right-click select paste. So after you paste in the password, you're not going to see anything appear on the screen. This is normal for Linux. You don't see anything while you're typing in your password. So just paste it in and then hit Enter to log in. But instead of logging in, this actually completes the challenge. So it says, welcome CTF player, here's your flag. And this is the flag that we're looking for. So in each one of these CTF challenges, the goal is to get the flag. Okay, Atval says, I can't concentrate. What are we talking about? We're talking about networking cables? Oh, okay. If you don't mind, I'll just keep on teaching the class. You can talk about networking cables with the other people in the chat. Sure. Okay, so highlight the flag, and then right-click copy. Then go over to Scilab Academy. So inside the challenge, at the bottom of the challenge description here, there should be a field where you can paste in your flag. So select right-click paste, click on submit, and that finishes the challenge. So correct flag, we're finished. Okay, so if you're following along, let us know in the chat. So just type in super SSH to let us know that you're doing the challenge along with us. Okay, but we'll move on. So after clicking on the Start Instance button, we're given some information that we can use to log in to the remote server using SSH. So SSH is a program we use to log in to remote servers, which are basically computers that are not our computer, that are also on the same network. So we combine all the information we get to create an SSH command like this. So SSH, the username at the server name, -p, and then provide a port number. SSH is the command, CTF player is the user account, titan.picoctf.net is the server URL, and -p, port number, is the networking port where the service is located. Unless you do own them. Hanzo League, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? How are you doing today? I'm doing alright. I'm teaching some very beginner-friendly content for people who want to learn about Linux. Okay, so after hitting enter, to execute the SSH command, it's going to ask you if you want to continue connecting. You type yes and hit enter. Then the program will prompt us for a password. So copy the password from the web page. Go back to the web shell and paste in the password and hit enter to log in. So once again, you won't see any feedback from the system when we enter our password. This is just the normal thing when we type a password into Linux. Paste in the password, hit enter. Okay, the goal of the challenge is to log in using SSH. So when we log in, we're given the flag for the challenge. To finish the challenge, we just need to copy the flag from the web shell, and then go back to the challenge page and paste the flag into the submission field. Then click on Submit Flag. Okay, so we're going to move into another challenge to learn more commands in Linux. So our next challenge will help us understand downloading and reading files in a Linux terminal. So access the Obedient Cat challenge here. So I'll get the link for the Obedient Cat challenge. So it's over here. So the challenge description for this challenge says, this file has a flag in plain sight, also known as in the clear. Okay, so we'll talk about what we're doing in this challenge before we solve it. So Obedient Cat, in this challenge we need to download a file, and then we need to read the file. So back at the web shell, we're going to use the wget command to download the file. So type wget, then space, then paste in the address that you copy from the challenge page. So at the challenge page, there's this file link over here called flag. So what we need to do is we need to right-click on the link, then select copy link. Okay, from here, we're going to go to our web shell, and in the web shell, we're going to type wget, and then space, and then paste in the file address. When we run this command, it's going to download the flag file to our computer, or to our terminal. Okay, hit enter, it'll download the file, saving to flag, 100%, flag saved. Okay, so from here, we're going to start using some Linux commands. So the Linux command we're going to run is ls. So ls is going to let us know what's in our current directory. And we see that there's a number of things over here. There's going to be a readme.txt file. There's going to be a flag file and some other files. Well, these are my files that I just happen to have here. Okay, so to read the file, we have to use the cat command. So ls to list out the directory contents, and cat to read the file. So cat space and then the name of the file. So in this case it's flag, so cat space flag. Hit enter. And this is the flag for the challenge. It's a pretty simple challenge, but it lets us practice a couple of very common commands that we use in Linux. So ls and cat. So copy PicoCTF, this flag, right-click, copy, go back to the challenge. In the challenge description, scroll down to the bottom. In the flag submission field, right-click, paste, click on submit, and you're finished. So it says correct flag. Let's talk about what we did. Okay, so download the file. Then we use the ls command to list all of the files in the current directory. So type ls, enter. We see the contents of the directory, readme.txt and flag. To finish the challenge, we read the flag using the cat command. So, I mean, people might think it sounds a little bit funny, flag, you know, cat, but cat the flag, cat space flag. Type cat flag, then press the enter key, and you're going to see the flag for the challenge. So just copy it, and then paste it in the flag submission field and click on submit flag, and then you're finished. Okay, so the final challenge we're going to be doing today is called tab attack. It's going to introduce a few different concepts but will reinforce the commands we're doing today. Nullsec says, you think cat sounds funny, I use bat cat. SysOS Master says, cat equals concatenation or staple together. So yeah, I mean, if you don't understand what concatenation actually means, it can seem a little bit strange that we use the word cat for read something in Linux. Okay, so the last challenge we're going to be covering in this session is called tab attack, which can be accessed from the following URL. So let me go ahead and get that URL. Okay, so this is the link over here. Alright, so the tab attack challenge has this description. So using tab complete in the terminal will add years to your life, especially when dealing with long rambling directory structures and file names. So we're given a file to download here called adadashashanamu.zip. Okay, so before we deal with this, we're going to go back to our web shell and we're going to do a little bit of cleanup. So anytime you want to clear the screen, so you've got too much stuff on your screen, you want to clear it, just type the word clear and hit enter. And it'll clear the screen and it'll bring you back up to the top of the screen. So you can also do it as a keyboard shortcut, Control L. But if you can't remember that, just remember that if you want to clear the screen, type the word clear into the screen. You can also reset the screen by typing in reset, yeah. Tab auto-completion? It's a #1 feature I miss on Windows systems. Tab completion? I mean, isn't there tab completion on Windows systems? Anyways, okay, we're going to do a little bit of cleanup. We can delete files by typing in rm and then the name of the file. So rm flag, that deletes the flag file. So let me also get rid of some of these other directories I'm not using. Permission denied. Okay. Alright, so let's go back to the challenge. We're going to download this file. So highlight the link, right-click it, select copy link, and then go back to the web shell. Type in wget. Wget is the command we use to download files, then space, then right-click, select paste. That'll copy in the file address we copied, then hit enter. Okay, so we downloaded the file. So it says adadashashanamu.zip saved. We can clear the screen and then type ls to see what's in this directory. So adadashashanamu.zip, we're going to unzip this file. So a zip file is basically a compressed file with a bunch of, well, it can have one or more different files that we can access after we unzip the file. Okay, Cypher says our browser VPNs, our browser VPNs, they just started adding without asking a trick. I'm not too sure what the question is. Can you rephrase that? Okay, let's talk about what we've done so far. So once more, we have to copy the link to our challenge file, so we download it to our web shell using the wget command. After the file is downloaded, you can use the ls command to make sure it's downloaded to our directory. So when we see it in here, that means we've successfully downloaded it. So since this is a zip file, we need to extract the files from it using the unzip command. So we just need to type unzip and then adad shashanamu.zip. But we're going to do the thing we're supposed to be learning in this lesson. So the tab autocomplete. So type unzip, then space, then the letters AD, so the start of the file name. Then press tab on your keyboard. So tab is typically located on the left side of the keyboard, above the shift key, and below the escape key. So this will autocomplete the name of the file. Tab autocomplete is very useful. It's a very useful method for inputting the names of files with very long names. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to unzip space and then type in AD and then hit the tab key on your keyboard, and that will autocomplete the file name. Above the caps lock and below the tilde, I mean, it's located on different locations on the keyboard depending on the keyboard. It's not always in the same place. Okay, so unzip, AD, hit tab, and that auto-completes the name, then hit enter. And you see that it creates a bunch of different directories over here. So what we need to do is we need to get to the final file in all these directories, and I'll talk about how you can do this. So if we use the ls command, we can see the contents of the directory, and we see that there's a directory in here called adad shashanamu. The point of this challenge is to use tab autocomplete to enter directories with long, complicated names to obtain the flag. Okay, so to enter a directory, type cd, or that stands for change directory, then space, and then the name of the directory. So because we're using tab autocomplete, type in the first two letters of the directory AD, then press the tab key, then press enter. So let me demonstrate. So over here, so clear the screen, we want to enter this directory. We'll do cd space and then AD, then hit tab to autocomplete the name of the directory. So the cd command is going to change our directory to this one. Hit enter. So another interesting thing that we need to understand is that we're actually moving our current location in the file system. If we type in the pwd, print working directory command, we'll see that we're actually in this location right here. So /home/ your username -academy /adad shashanamu. So each one of these represent a directory in the file system. So home is a directory, the Shy-Hat Academy is a directory for me, and adad shashanamu is another directory. If we take a look at what's in this directory with the ls command, we see that there's another directory name with another complicated name. So like the previous time, we can do cd AL to start the name, and then hit Tab to autocomplete the name. Then hit Enter. Okay, and then we repeat over and over again because there's another directory here called Ashel Mimil Kala. So CD space AS and then hit Tab to autocomplete. And then there's another directory called Ashur Nabitash P. So CD space AS Tab autocomplete. Hit Enter. And there's another directory called Mail Kashishi. So CD capital MA, then hit Tab to autocomplete. Okay, and there's another one called Onisiralis. Nullsec says, do foreign nationals need to know the language to hack a foreign system? I mean, Nullsec, you probably know the answer to that, right? Wonder why they named the file after some random... Well, I mean, I think these are supposed to be like Egyptian names or something, right? I'm not sure. Okay, CD space ON, and then hit Tab to autocomplete. And this will bring us into that directory, and there's another directory called Oloradu Laku. So CD space UR, Tab autocomplete. Oh, UL. And then we've got two files in here. So there's fang of hyaktamet.c and fang of hyaktamet. Okay, so these are a different type of file. We'll talk about what kind of files these are in just a sec. Okay, if we use the ls command, we see that there's another directory. So we use the cd command and use tab autocomplete to enter the new directory. Then we have to do this 5 more times to finally arrive at the directory where we see the file fang of hyaktamet. Hyanaktamet. Yeah, okay. So this is a different type of file, and this is what is called an executable file. So if we ls, and in this terminal, executable files are files that are green. If we type in file and the name of the file, it'll tell us what kind of file that we're dealing with. So it's file and then space and then the name of the file. So it tells us that this is a specific type of file called an ELF 64-bit LSB Pi executable. So this is this basically means that this is a file that's meant to be run instead of read. So to run a file inside of Linux, you need to specify which directory you're working inside of. In this case, it's /. // in Linux means the current directory. And then we need to supply the name of the file. So // and then press FA and then hit tab to autocomplete. So if we do / name of file, it'll try to run the file. And if we do that, we get this message, zap, and then we get PicoCTF level up, take a rest. So we can copy the flag, then go back to the challenge. Sorry, where is it? Over here. Scroll down, so inside of tab attack, go to the flag submission field, right click, paste, click on submit, and you're finished. So, I mean, we covered quite a few different commands today. Let's talk about this briefly. So we use the ls command, so lists out the contents of a directory. We also use the cat command, reads the contents of a file. So the typical use for cat would be cat space and then the file name that you want to read. So some other commands we ran were like cd with a directory name. And this changes our current directory. So we also ran the clear command, and that clears the screen. Typical use for cat is to lay on the keyboard. That sounds like a cat thing to do, yeah. So we also learned about the SSH command. So for the first challenge, we used SSH. SSH is a command used to log in to remote servers. We actually learned about a lot of different commands in today's class. So there's also the wget command we use to download the files. So wget and then space, and then the file address downloads a file from the internet. It doesn't have to be the internet, but that's probably the most common thing to do. So wget space, use the file address. Okay, so cd, ls, cat. So these were our basic 3 commands we used to move around the file system. So ls gets the contents of the directory, cat reads the contents of a file, and cd changes our current directory. So another thing I can teach you is over here in the web shell. So we can clear. We see that we're inside a lot of different directories over here, and we can actually move up into the previous directory by doing cd space ... So if we run that command, we actually move up in the file directory 1 level each time we do this, until we finally reach our home directory over here. So if you ever find yourself a bit lost inside of the file system and you just want to go back to your home directory, you can type cd by itself and hit enter, and that'll take you back to your home directory. And we can even move into the current directory. That's true. Maybe for some other CTF challenges we have to move into the current directory. Okay, so one last command we used is the file command. We can actually run the file command on like the readme.txt file, and I'll tell you what kind of file you're dealing with. So it says this is an ASCII text file with escape sequences. So basically a readable text file. And I think you can also run it on directories. Yeah, so it just tells you that it's a directory. Okay. All right, so let's review the Linux commands we learned in today's workshop. So the ls command, it's used to list the files and directories in the current directory. We also use the cat command. So the cat command reads the contents of a file. The name of the file to be read must be supplied as an argument to the command. So when we talk about arguments, we're basically talking about the things that we stick on to commands after the actual command. So example.txt in this case is an argument to the cat command. So here the contents of the example.txt file is read by the cat command. There's also the cd command. cd stands for change directory, and it changes the directory to the one that's specified. So for example, if you wanted to change directory into a file, directory called downloads, you do cd space downloads. There's also the file command. It identifies the type of contents for a specified file. So the file name must be supplied as the argument to the file command. For example, if we run file picture.jpg, well, it'll let you know what kind of contents are in the file. So if you ran file on picture.jpg, it'll tell you that it was a JPEG picture file. And we did the unzip command. So the unzip command allows files to be extracted from zip files. So the standard syntax for the file is unzip filename.zip. So for example, if there was a zip file called zipfile.zip, we would do unzip zipfile.zip. Okay, what's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Linux OS workshop, we'll continue learning Linux commands with PicoCTF. So back at the web shell, you can play around as much as you like. So we can enter directories. I'll teach you one more thing. So after you set up each one of these, after you do this challenge, you actually have a bunch of directories and a zip file that are just sitting around in your home directory. You want to get rid of them because you're not using them anymore. So you can rm to remove the zip file. So rm add-on-zip. So remember to use the tab autocomplete. After you run that, the zip file disappears because you've deleted it. You can also delete, so rmr for recursive, and you can run it on this directory as well. So this will delete the directory and all the other directories inside of it. So rm-r add-on-mu. And after you do that, this directory doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so we're going to be back next time. And next time is going to be on Friday. So the Friday schedule, you can see the current week's streaming schedule over here on the Reddit. And the next time we're going to be doing this is going to be on Friday. So we're going to be doing Linux OS Operations session number 2 as topic number 3 of the Friday stream. RMRF does a magic trick. Yeah, don't delete anything unless you're really sure about it, because in Linux in the Linux command line there's no undo button. So if you delete any like super important files, you can't get them back. Well, you can get them back, but it's a big pain in the butt. But you can also practice moving around the file system. So for example, if you do cd ... this brings you into the home directory, and the home directory has your own directory in here. And you can move into it by doing cd, the name of your home directory, and then you're back at the home directory. If you ever want to know what directory you're in, the pwd command will let you know what directory you're in. Don't forget no preserve root. Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to try to trick you into deleting your file system. I think I guess I'll educate everybody about the troll rmrf command. So usually you'd have to run it as, well, so it's rmrf ... no preserve root. How do you spell that? I didn't see the tilde, fair enough. Tommy C06, hello, nice to see you here. Just so you know, I'm in my last class, got to take my pen test, and then I'm done with my degree. Awesome, Tommy. Yeah, nice to see you again. But yeah, in Linux, there's no recycle bin, so if you delete something you're not supposed to, you don't get it back. There's also magic. Yeah, don't type in any weird commands in Linux unless you know what it does, because you could do some real damage. Do fork bombs still work? Yeah, they certainly still work. Okay, so that's the end of this topic. So I will stop the clock. And we'll move into our last topic of the day. So we'll give ourselves a couple of hours to do this last topic, and we'll see where we're at after a couple hours. What about massive zip files? I think those are called like zip bombs, right? So there are like fork bombs, there's zip bombs. These are types of attacks. Okay, so I think we're done with our web shell, and we're going to be moving on into some challenges from TryHackMe.com. So this is not necessarily going to be beginner friendly. And we're going to be doing day 9 of the TryHackMe Hacker Holidays event. So day 9 Hacker Holidays. I'm not too sure what this one is called. This one's called Crypto Cabana. Okay, so if anybody wants to do this challenge alongside us, the link is over here. You need an account over at tryhackme.com to access this challenge, of course, but the challenge is free. Okay, to solve this challenge, you'll need a Azure CLI installed on your device. If you'd rather work from your own workstation instead of the provided environment, here's how to get it set up. Okay, so let's see. Alternatively, you can press the Cloud Details button to generate your Azure Cloud credentials. I kind of don't really like using Azure Cloud because I always have a bad time, but I guess I should get over that. Okay, so we'll click on Cloud Details and then Join Lab. You can use it in browser. I mean, the thing about using it in the browser is that it's usually a very heavy application, and it's usually a bit unresponsive. That's what I don't like about using it. Nullsec says it's Microsoft. There's no good time to be had. Okay, so we'll copy the lab URL, and then we'll put this in another tab. portal.azure.com, okay? And then we have to log in with our Microsoft credentials, which are this stuff. So lab ID, username, password, temporary access pass. What do they want us to put in? I guess we put in our account. So we'll just copy this, paste it in. Enter temporary access pass. Can we just sign in? Okay, let's copy it from, so temporary access pass, we'll copy this clipboard. We'll replace this. Okay, stay signed in, do not show again, yes. Okay, so we have to continue from here. So we're logged in now. Once logged in, open the Cloud Shell and select Bash, okay? So Cloud Shell, where's that? More services. I mean, I also see like a, okay, so Cloud Shell, there's a button up here. So select Bash or PowerShell. So they want us to select Bash. No storage account required. Mount storage account. What do they want us to do? So no storage account required. Subscription AZ sub CTF. Okay. And then click Apply. Grey Wolf, hello, nice to see you here. Windows expects you to not know what you're doing. Linux expects you to know what you're doing. That's an interesting way to put it. Okay, can we put this in a new... We'll maximize this. Okay. All right. Can we make this bigger? We can make this bigger. That's awesome. So to make it bigger or smaller, you can do Control minus or Control Shift plus to make the text bigger or smaller. Lastly, execute the command below to validate your shell access. AZ account show. Okay. AZ account show. Okay, so this is our information for our current session. You're now ready to solve today's challenge. Good luck and have fun. Mark is complete. You mean that wasn't the challenge? Okay, so let's see. So this is a cloud category challenge. It's a medium difficulty challenge. Oh, okay. By the time you made it back from the breakfast buffet, his wallet had already moved on without him. The transaction was signed, properly signed, just not by him. He backed his seed phrase up weeks ago into the Crypto Cabana kiosk vault. The one whose landing page promised, in exactly 4 words, backed up, sleep easy. Somewhere between that promise and this morning, something else had gotten a good look at what was supposed to be stay behind the glass. Your objective, find out what the kiosk is quietly trusting to reach into storage on its own, and see how much farther that trust actually extends. Okay, so the target is here. Crypto Cabana something something web.corewindows.net. Okay, if you want to try this out yourself, here's the link. I don't think you'll be able to access this unless you're logged in. And I'm pretty sure we can't just access this from our web browser. Oh, we can. Okay. Back up your seed phrase Cabana side. Paste your recovery phrase below and we'll back it up to our own private vault. Never stored on your device, never shared, promise. Okay, so we need to find out what the 12 words are. Well, I'm just going to check the... comments just in case. So app.js, this is probably not filled with vulnerable code, but just for fun, we'll take a look at this. Backed up, sleep easy. Backed up, sleep easy. There's something interesting in the code. So if the response is okay, then it prints out backed up, sleep easy. Backup failed, network error. So if not phrase, status.context, text context, enter a phrase first, return. Backup plus date now plus txt. Backs up to where? That's a good question. So storage account blob dot. Well, let's take this apart. Isn't it always backed up sleep easy though? I mean, are you talking about the seed phrase? Or the backup phrase? Whatever it's called? I mean, it says the recovery phrase is 12 words go here. It shouldn't be 4 words. container blob address. Okay, let's take a look. So HTTPS plus storage account plus .blob core windows.net plus backups container, which is some sort of variable, plus blob name plus something, backup.sas. So I'm not too sure. If we were to get some extra information about this, we need to find out what storage account is. Okay, so what do we need to find out? Storage account, and then backups container. And then blob name? We don't know what blob name is either. And we also don't know what backup SAS is. Okay, you do know blob name. Okay, let's take a look. So backup SAS is this thing. Hold on, copy that. So backup SAS is this. Blob name. There's backup date. Wait, where was backup date? So blob name, we'll take a look. Backups container is backups. Okay, so we'll copy that. In the storage account we also have. So we'll put together as much of this information as possible. What was that again? Backups container. Blob name, storage account. So the storage account is this one. The SAS is what gives access. So backup date now.txt. Okay. So blob name equals backup plus date now plus txt. Okay, we'll copy that. So we've got all the information here. We just need to understand what the date now.txt is. The backup SAS, this seems to have a date as well. So there seem to be two dates here. So date now, this is this JavaScript? This is Java, this is all JavaScript, right? What is the format for date now? So it's not just CRUD on the file, but also on the container. Yeah, JavaScript. Okay, so what is the format for the JavaScript date now function or method? Snollygoster, hello, nice to see you here. So date now method in JavaScript returns a numeric value representing the number of milliseconds elapsed since January 1st, 1970, the Unix epoch. So it's some integer, okay? Frodo says, gotta go to sleep, really enjoyed, good night. Thank you very much, Frodo's, and hope to see you again next time. Because also just run a JavaScript console in the browser and check. That's true. So date dot. Okay, let's try that. So just run a console. Okay. So date.now returns like a bunch of something like this. So backup dash and then date now plus txt. Backup SAS is this thing over here. So let's start putting this together. So it's https://storage account. This part plus blob.blobcore windows.net plus backups container backups plus slash plus blob name. Blob name is yeah, I'm not too sure what the date now would be though. Should have the date. It's probably the 2022 one. Okay, so we need to convert that into date now, right? No? Is that not it? The SAS is its own thing. Okay. So we need to figure out what the date would be. Maybe we can take a look at the challenge description. Pull apart what the kiosk hands out for free before you've clicked on anything. Follow the trust somewhere the kiosk's own page never once points to you. Somewhere in there is a second, more valuable set of keys. Do we have permission to list the backup bucket? Okay, so the actual application we're dealing with is this. Do we have permission to list the backup bucket? I guess we also need to enumerate. So our Azure cloud so there are, well, Azure cloud enumerate buckets. This is some cloud hacking stuff. I'm not super familiar with Azure. So Azure storage container list. Okay, so -- account name, storage account name. Actually, I can just copy all this stuff. So the account name, what was our account name again? So do we use, which one is there, do we use for the account name? Okay, hold on everybody, I need to take a little break because there's ads on Twitch. Here's a bird, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. Okay. Alright, so what do we use for the account name? Do we use the home tenant ID or ID? Do we use the user name? I mean, I guess we can just try all of these, see what actually works. Storage account not found. Okay. Actually, wait. So sorry. So storage account, it was, we got it over here, right? Crypto Cabana, whatever. Do we need an account name with an SAS? That's a good question. Ah, okay. So no authentication information. So storage account not found. Maybe user something. Or maybe just this part. That account is not found. So the Cloud Shell details are unrelated to the challenge. It's just a way of giving you an online shell with Azure tools installed. I didn't create one and solve just fine. Okay, so the storage account is Crypto Cabana, this thing. Let's go back to the challenge to get a clue or two. Find out what the kiosk is quietly trusting to reach into storage on its own. I want to make a milkshake, but I don't know this, so I can't move yet. I mean, I assume that the account would be for this thing, right? Yeah, but I guess this is not part of it. AZ storage account list. To find accounts, then AZ storage containers list with an authenticated session. Oh, Anarchist. Hey, what's up? I'm sorry I didn't recognize your name for a second there. Hope you're having a good midweek, a good Wednesday. We're just trying to figure out how to do cloud stuff over here. I'm not super familiar with Azure Cloud. I'm more familiar with Amazon Cloud, but I assume that there's a lot of similarities. Okay, so the app.js code over here lets us know okay. Anarchist says, okay, I'm about a third of the way into the morning coffee, so degraded performance at the moment, but getting there. Yeah, don't worry. No worries. Go at your own pace. So, I mean, what happens if we just, try any old thing? HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. And backup failed network error? Okay. I mean, if we could figure out what date we're supposed to put in here, we could probably like reverse engineer this thing, right? Because the only thing we're missing is the proper like date that's part of this variable here. So backup slash blob name backup plus date now plus something txt. Then the backup SAS. I assume you could brute force it. I mean, the brute force like range is pretty big though. What if we just go to this? It's very unlikely that this has like, you know, directory listing enabled, but you know, just for fun. The resource doesn't exist. Okay, so this is an XML file. And this is from my notes about the SAS. Now at the SAS, you can list and read everything. You can list and read everything. Okay, so one more time. Storage. So what does SAS stand for when we're dealing with Azure Cloud? What is Azure Cloud SAS? Dates.now is dated in milliseconds since 1970. They aren't likely to guess it even with the approximate time. So shared access signature is a secure token attached to a storage resource URL that grants temporary, fine-grained, and delegated access to your cloud data without exposing your master account. So let's see. Temporary here is until 2099. That's kind of funny. So service 2022-11. So I guess the... Oh, there's also like phrase? And some... Is this base64 encoded information? Reach, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, let's make this a little bit smaller. Let's see if I can base64 decode this, or if it's, you know, if it makes any sense. Here. What's %2f and %3? Can we base64 decode it? Nothing legible. Isn't it slash? Is it slash? We got our backup SAS. So backup SAS. So this, does this backup SAS actually contain like a number we can use? Backup SAS signature? Oh, this is the signature. So this is like a key, kind of. Yeah, that looks like URL encoding. So Azure Cloud SAS signature. The SIG parameter appended to the storage resource URI. It acts as a secure token granting time-bound granular permissions. So it's a query parameter for the whole thing. Okay? Okay. So shared access signature. Let's go back to our challenge over here. Okay, we got a password and a temporary access password. So do we need this stuff to solve the challenge, or is this just to access the cloud CLI? So the backup SAS. Okay, so since I don't know, the system, I feel okay asking the AI about this. Those cards are just for the cloud CLI. They have no permissions for the data in the challenge. They have no permissions for the data in the challenge. I mean, what is my SAS? What is my account's SAS? Okay, what does this Azure Cloud SAS URL parameter tell us? Okay, SAS is not per account. You need a privileged account to make one. Okay, so this is a shared access signature. This is the signature, but not the actual SAS. The parameters specifies validity, scope, and permissions. SAS version to use. Allowed protocols HTTPS only. Signature. So the SAS allows access to specified storage resources starting from this date and ending at this date over HTTPS. Interpret exact permissions and resource types carefully from the full context. So give it the full signature. Didn't I give it the full signature? I'm pretty sure I gave it the full signature. Let me double check. Yeah, this is the full signature. Or the full URL parameter, that is. Okay, can we enumerate the SAS based on this information? You can map the SAS URL by decoding its query parameters and validating the signature, then mapping permissions to the resource and time window. Confirm the SAS version and SV and service resource scope, SS and SRT, to know what's allowed. Check the time window and protocol to understand the validity and reachability. Okay, so how do we confirm the SAS version? How do we obtain this information? Do we need to use tools from the Azure CLI. You can obtain that information by inspecting the SAS token itself and validating it against the Azure Storage SAS rules. So decode the SAH query string to read the SV version, SS services, SRT resource types. Verify the signature against the shared key. Use Azure Storage SAS parameter references to map these. Okay, so is there some sort of tool we can use? What tool can we use to get the SAS permission data? Okay, direct options. Use Azure CLI or Azure Storage Explorer to view or validate the token permissions on the target resource. Okay, so I guess what is the command syntax used with Azure CLI for this task? Yeah, sometimes Perplexity is not, it keeps things very short, but sometimes the answers are not detailed enough. Okay, I didn't use the CLI, but I assume it's possible. Here's a Python API, which is what I used, and puts more details in one place. Okay, let me take a look at this link. Anarchist, thank you. Azure Storage Blob's client library for Python. Okay, install the package. Oh, okay. I guess we're going to need to create an environment for this. Let's give it a fancy color first. Azure Python tool. Okay, and then we'll create our custom environment. Python okay, now we're in the environment and we can install this thing. Pip install Azure Storage Blob. It shows URL format and summarizes credential types, which is the key info here. I assume it's also possible in CLI. You don't necessarily need to use Python. I mean, I'll use the tool you have. Okay, create a storage account. Create the client. So from Azure Storage Blob import. Okay, so I mean, I guess we can probably use the interactive Python shell to do this. Of course, we need to change some of this stuff out. So I guess my storage account name, we're going to replace this with the one we're provided, which is this one. Name credential is not defined. Okay, let's figure it out. So credential equals credential. So we need to put something else in first. So credential equals something. Look up the account URL. Okay, you need to define that first. Page shows how a bit further down. Okay. So credential parameter may be provided in for a number of different forms. So to use an Active Directory token credential, provide an instance of the desired credential type. Default Azure credential. Pasukan, hello, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good day. Use the key as the credential parameter to authenticate the client. The SAS token is what you have currently. 2. How to use the SAS token. To use a shared access signature token, provide the token as a string. If your account URL includes the SAS token, omit the credential parameter. You can generate an SAS token from the Azure portal under the shared access signature, or use one of the generate SAS functions to create an SAS token for the storage. So how do we... Okay, so one more time. Okay, so this is the information we have for the SAS. Okay, tip, when it says as a string, it doesn't include the initial question mark. Okay. So do we just include everything from here to here? Or is that too much? Otherwise, the whole backup SAS thing is the SAS token. The whole thing, huh? Okay. Provide the token as a string. Okay. So we'll do it over here. SAS token equals this thing. Okay, and then print service. Okay, I guess we need to run some other methods on this. Looking up the account URL, creating the client, create the storage account, create the client. Okay, we did this already. Okay. Look up the account URL. So it is going to be Wait, is this still Python script? This looks like a CLI command. It is Python? It is Azure CLI. Okay, okay. Get the blob service account URL for the storage account. I mean, can't we do this with the Python tool? Creating the client from a connection string. Blob service client. I'm pretty sure we already imported this. If you look under the blob storage on the right, it will list the available classes and methods. I linked blob service client above. Ah, okay, okay. Thank you. It kind of feels like the documentation pulled a fast one on us. Did it? Blob service client class, constructor, parameters, credential, so it's account URL credential, keyword only parameters, so we just want to like content properties, like SAS, container SAS permissions, okay. So read, write, delete, run. You can also run help service, maybe? Maybe. Pro, hey, what's up? From string, add, create, delete, execute list. So list permissions. All right, let's try asking ChatGPT instead of Perplexity. Oh, we're not logged in. I guess we can ask without being logged in. Should be okay. So what's the name of this module again? Azure Storage Blob, okay. To enumerate the SAS token we're using. How do we enumerate its permissions? Know that for a bunch of things that are multiple client types using different paths, like blob service client is for top-level blob operations. If you run cont for cont in service get containers, it should list the containers for the client. Okay, SPRL means read and list. you can parse the SP value and turn it into appropriate permissions object. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can just paste in what I have. Okay. What can you tell me about the permissions for this SAS? Okay, this is an account SAS for Azure Blob Storage. The key fields are SS, B, Blob Service Only, SRT, SCO, Service Container and Object Resource Types, SPRL, Read and List, SPR, HTTPS, HTTPS Only, SIG Present, so the signature itself doesn't reveal additional permissions. What RL actually permits? Read list. We can read the blob data and associated information such as properties, metadata, and block lists. The SAS can list blobs in containers. Okay, it can effectively enumerate containers and blob resources. What it cannot do, it cannot write, create, delete, add blocks. Okay. Important caveat, SRT SCO does not mean the token can perform every operation at all 3 levels. Okay, so can we discover which account the SAS is associated with? Then enumerate its containers. Okay, the SAS token itself does not contain the storage account name. Okay. So if you know only the SAS string, you cannot derive the account name from it cryptographically. Alright. So once you have the account name, you can use Azure Storage Blob. You can enumerate the containers directly. Okay, account name equals my account. Okay, so we just need to set up the account name. And we know the... I mean, we're not sure what the account name is. Does it actually... Okay, so... Add man? Hello, nice to see you here. Surely you don't need AI for that? Well, I mean, I don't really work with Azure Cloud, so I need to get information about how to interact with that. So do we even need the account name? Can't we just list with the credentials we currently have? You have the account name, that was the Crypto Cabana thing. Okay, so account name is Crypto Cabana something something, right? This thing. Okay, Anarchist says, note that the account name here means the client, not a specific user in that client. The account, Azure account is like your own domain. Does that mean that this is not a sufficient username? So account name, and then we do service. Okay, we've already set up service. So for container in service.listContainers, print container name. Name is not defined. You need a new line. This is a test, right? Admin, what kind of test are you talking about? We're doing a challenge. So we're currently doing a challenge from an event called TryHackMe Hacker Holidays. So this one is about getting secret information from an Azure CLI. Sorry, not an Azure CLI. So like from an Azure Cloud account. You just do list service.list containers to get all the containers as a list. It's probably the easier way to do it. Name web. This is a bit hard to parse. Maybe a containers list so you can access items. Okay, let's. So you can do new lines inside of the terminal, right? Or can you? Import to pretty print. I'm not too sure what the. Okay. So how do you send like multi-line commands inside the terminal? New lines inside the terminal are fine. Print container name. Okay, so I mean that worked. Great. I don't very often work inside the Python terminal like this, so it's good to know that you can do like multi-line commands. So there's web, there's backups, and there's vault. So we just need to Python auto detects when it's part of a multi-line thing, and it usually just works. That's pretty cool. Okay, so service.list containers, so we just need to get the contents of the container. List containers, can Azure tell us the account? So if we have the container name, what Python syntax will retrieve the contents of the container? Service.get container name, if I recall correctly. Okay, I'll try that out. So service dot so in this case we would do web. And then we print it out. It's not get container. So container equals container client. Container name equals container name. Well, I guess we just need to specify the container name first. So container name equals web, and then container name equals service.get container client. Get container client. Okay, I wish real malware would give source like that. I mean, we're not necessarily dealing with malware in this case. We're just dealing with broken access control, I guess you would call it, or like, you know, overly permissive accounts. Okay, so container name, we've defined it, and then we can do for blob in container name container list.blobs, print blob name, blob.name. We need to call list blobs on that container client. Container properties object has no attribute list blobs. Didn't we define it up here? But while using LLM, just ask. But hey, admin, how are you doing? Are you a cybersecurity student? Are you working in a tech role right now? Welcome in. So get container object web list blobs. Get container client web list blobs. So it's an iterator. Blobs is list. Blobs list service dot get container client name list blob should work. Using the big ones, it will find. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. I don't quite understand what that means. So this. Whoops. How many? 1, 2? Name is going to be web. Print blobs. Give the actual name. Okay, so this is the contents of the web blob, or the web container. Okay, but there were 3 different containers. So there was web, there was, what were the other ones? Backups and vault. Oh, I think we're interested in backups. Backups. Whoops. Backups is empty. And vault. Okay, can do for blob and blobs, print blob.name. Okay, I mean we enumerated the names of the containers, and we got wait, what is this seed phrase.txt? Okay, so if the container has a file in it, how do we get access to that file? Okay, if we know there's a file named secret.txt in the container named vault, how do we access its contents? How do we access secret.txt's contents? Okay, to get access to the file, you need to make another client, lots of clients. Ask the AI on this one, they don't make the API simple. Assuming you have the storage account name, container vault, and SAS with the R permission, you can download the blob freely. So we download the entire thing. So blob name credential, blob equals blob client. Okay, let's give this a try. You can also call get blob client on a container client to get the client. Okay, so this is our stuff, but the blob name is different. It's actually called, what was it? Seed something something? Seed_phrase.txt. Yeah. Thanks, Didev. Blob client is not defined. Okay, so is blob client like another thing I need to import? Okay, so from Azure storage.blob import blob client. Sure. Okay. So blob equals this thing. And then we can just print it out, print blob. So this is just an object. We need to read the thing. You didn't fill in the account name and the URL. It's already saved, isn't it? Print account name. We've defined it earlier, I think. Yeah, this one. So this should be okay. Oh, not in that not in that blob client that he created. So the blob client. So we've got the container name, we've got the seed phrase, we've got the blob name. Yeah, so we passed it in with the F string here. No worries, no worries. We just need to... We just need to output this. Thank goodness for modern Python. Yeah, I mean, I really like F strings. So print contents equals blob.download blob. read all. Okay, so we can just define contents. Listen, I do not work with Azure, so this is all new stuff to me. And then we print it out. Print contents decode, UTF-8. Okay, so this is the secret, the seed phrase. Punch it in, get the flag, and we're finished. Nobody likes to work with Azure. I'm sure the people at the people who work at Microsoft on the Azure team, they probably have a better grasp. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's any less convoluted than working with AWS. It's just that I'm not used to interacting with Azure. I'm more used to dealing with AWS. Okay, so where's the application? Here. Here. Okay. Bam. Paste in your recovery phrase and then we'll back it up on your own private vault. Nope, not finished yet. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, so what does it do? What does the code do one more time? Backup date now. Okay. So put backed up sleep easy. So it didn't actually give us. Hold on. We'll reload the page. Backup failed, network error. Is it wrong if I feel like we were cheated? Using that form would be creating a new backup with the same seed phrase that somebody used. Okay. Admin, I really don't understand the messages that you're typing in. Can you use longer sentences, please? Also, as you're finding, I don't think they've finished creating the app yet. Okay. Okay, so what was on the... So the itinerary, pull apart what the kiosk hands out for free before you've clicked on anything. Follow the trust somewhere. The kiosk's own page never once points you. Somewhere in the task, there's a more valuable set of keys and a vault that won't give up the real values on the first ask. Okay, so the vault has the seed phrase. Was there like another file in there that we needed to enumerate? Okay, let's... So this was the vault. There might be another file in here we need to download. Okay, that'll give you a simpler list. Maybe this helps. SAS containers.xml. Was there... Did I not get all the containers? Okay, so the okay, print blob. For blob and blobs, it will give you a simpler list. Let's go back in. XML. They use XML for in Azure. Actually, they also use it in AWS, as far as I know. Okay, so backup service account.json and then seedphrase.txt. Backup service account.json. Okay, I mean, maybe we need to just download that thing, right? So we'll redefine this to the other one. So backup service account.json. Backup service account.json. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing. Contents equals blob.download blob read all. Oh, what happened here? Why did it work? Why is it erroring out on me now? It's dashes, not underscores. Oh, sorry about that. So it errored out because I gave it a incorrect blob name. Okay, and then we just print it out. Print it out. So client ID, client secret. Decode first, decode first. All right, so let me record the seed phrase because I didn't record this. Now you get to do it again with a new Azure service. Yay. That's a spoiler, isn't it? Okay. What's this called? Now we'll just call it account.json. So note CryptoCabana backup automation account. Rotate this if it ever leaves the vault. IT. Key vault URI. So C Cabana something something vault azure.net. Wait, is this accessible from the internet? No, it's not accessible from the internet. Okay, now the URL is vault.core.windows.net, not blob. Note that now. Okay, okay. Vault.azure.net. JSON command line handling? I mean, JSON is a pretty convenient file format. Convenient enough, I guess. Okay, so the only thing we're swapping out is the URI, or is there something else that we need to keep in mind? So the account URL is, though again, probably could do it in the CLI. Yeah, probably. But we're kind of like, we've had success on the, we've had success using Python so far, so why not keep on using Python? So I guess in this case, the user account is different, but I don't know if the SAS token is going to work still. Wait. Key vault name, key vault URI, client secret. So we're passing it in through a client secret instead of SAS token, right? Okay, now the situation has changed. We are now interfacing with a new service. Key vault secrets. I'll try asking the AI, but thank you for the link. It's always good to have the official documentation. And we got this info from a JSON file. Okay, the JSON contains an Azure Entra Service Principal credential rather than a storage SAS. Okay, the important distinction is that the client ID secret does not itself tell you what Azure resources the identity can access. Its effective access comes from things such as Azure RBAC, roles, and Key Vault access policies. Because you've included an actual looking client secret, treat it as compromised. I won't use the supplied secret to authenticate or enumerate resources. It should be rotated or revoked by whoever administrators that tenant. If this is an authorized assessment, I can help you work out a non-secret investigation path. Okay. This is part of a CTF, TryHackMe's Hacker Holidays, Day 9, Crypto Cabana. Okay, I got my milkshake. Any progress? Trying to. So let's see. I can help you work through the credential and Azure enumeration. So we got our tenant, client ID, key vault, vault URI. So the next logical step is to authenticate as that service principal and determine what permissions it has. Rather than treating the client's secret like an SAS. Okay, so we're working with the Python Azure module for this challenge. It may know the answer to the CTF. I mean, getting the answer to the CTF is less important than the process of getting to the answer. Okay, so authenticate this service principal using client secret credential. So Azure Identity client secret credential. So put in all this stuff. Then do not ask the LLM. Well, I mean, listen, admin. It seems like you've got a problem with me asking the AI about technologies that I don't really know very much about. I could spend a lot of time doing a lot of research about how to interface with this with the service, you know, Azure, but it's gonna take a lot longer than what I have scheduled out. The problem was what it may have known. You mean if it would have like given me the answers to the CTF? I mean, if it gives me the answers to the CTF, that's fine. The important part is that we figure out what the logical path is to getting the answer. I'm not doing this as a competition or anything. It's just that I'd like to figure out what the steps are to getting the answer. It won't know. It could potentially go out and find the answers, but it's not in its weights. Okay, so authenticate to the service principal using client secret credential from Azure Identity. So I'm not sure if I've imported this one yet. No module named Azure Identity. Okay. But when you'd have an unknown, you would not have that assistance. Are you... I'm not too sure what you're trying to say, admin. Can you reiterate that? Client secret credential Azure.identity. So the first thing we need to do is authenticate, right? Client secret credential. It says that we don't have... Which one? So Azure Identity. So what did we install? We installed like We need an SAS authentication. Oh, Azure Identity, okay. I mean, I guess we could... we can just get out of here first and then start from start afresh. Pip install. It's a separate module. All right, start anew. What you just did was like a hacking challenge where the breadcrumbs were laid out. I mean, if you don't like the way we're doing the challenge, that's fine. I just don't want to hear you complaining about it all day. I think you also need to install the Key Vault secrets too. Okay, let's install that one as well. Okay, hopefully we got everything we need. Hack into Microsoft? Well, I mean, you know, not on the live stream. Not that I could, anyways. Okay, so we've got this, and then we'll... It's Microslob, I bet you could. Okay, client secret equals client secret. I wonder why they don't define this for me, though. Credential equals client secret credential. So this stuff... Didn't we get the client secret from the JSON file? Yeah, this is the client secret. I guess I didn't want to print out the client secret because it's, you know, treating it as delicate. Client secret. This thing. Okay, and then we define our credential. So client secret credential, this stuff. Then you can interact directly with the Key Vault using Azure Key Vault secrets. Oh yeah. Yeah, they they did exactly what you told me about, Anarchist. Okay, and then import that other thing. Vault URL is this, and then client equals secret client. So wait, do we not need the seed phrase? That would be a little bit disappointing. If the service principal has permission to read a particular secret, secret equals... print the secret name. Okay, so we have 3 things. Key shared 1, key shared 2, key shared 3, and master key. So we need to print out each one of these things. Secret equals, if the principal service has permission to read a particular secret, or just download them. I mean, it's probably easier if we just print them out on the console. So key shard 1. Oh, this is probably the flag. It's probably the flag broken up into different parts. Okay, so key vault secret. This is shard 1. We'll just save this as a file. And then same thing for key shard 2 and key shard 3. So secret 2 is key shard 2. And secret 3 is key shard 3. And secret 4 is master key. Oh, what happened? Caller is not authorized to perform action on resource. Okay, so this is a permissions issue. So we're not allowed to get the master key. That's fine. We'll just get the other ones. So secret 2, and then secret 3. I thought this would be an easier challenge, but it is what it is. Do print secret.value to get the actual value. Secret.value. Oh, really? Hold on. Oh. Thanks for letting me know, because I would not have picked up on that otherwise. So this is, yeah, okay, so this is the, you need to concatenate the stuff all together. Secret 2 is going to be fun, is it now? Okay, so this is the last part of the flag. Rotate this after the old value should be recovered if... Oh, no. Rotated this after IT flagged it. Old value should be recoverable if you know where to look. Okay, so we've got... We've got 2 parts of the flag, right? So it's part 1, part 2, which has been redacted, and then part 3, which is this. Use the historic values. Historic values. What is that, the flag? Rotated this after IT flagged it. Old values should still be recoverable if you know where to look. Use the historic values. Well, we know the URI here. Okay, other operations. Is there like an operation to retrieve the history or something? So we might be able to recover like a previous version of that file, maybe? This is from a blob storage. Or something. Okay, like history. Or something. Okay, let's take a look at the documentation. So we need to request more info about the secret 2 blob. So the secret 2... So key shard 2... So each one of these secrets is a blob. I hate the word blob. Okay. We need more information about a specific blob in the... what is this called? In the vault. Called key shard 2. Maybe some history about that file or previous versions. By then, try getting get value. Secret 2 get value. Okay. I mean, we did that, didn't we? Get secret? Client.getSecret. So secret 2 dot value is this. No, that's not the attribute. Help client get secret. Oh, okay. Help client get secret. Returns the fetch secret. Get a secret requires the secret's get permission. So the name of the secret. So get secret version optional out secret see a helpful parameter. Name version out content type. Key vault dot what was this? Key vault dot secrets models. Version might be helpful. So get secret name version, but what's the version number we're looking for? Okay, so get secret name version. You can also do a dir client list to see all the methods on the client. Okay, client get secret master key. Client get secret, so secret 2, key shard 2, version. So if we run the get secret, can we enumerate the version numbers as well? So if we can. Okay, so the question's this. We have a blob that we want to enumerate valid version numbers. Can we use the get secret function, or do we need to use another function? Can enumerate versions, but not from a secret. You have to use dir secret 2 to do that. For a blob, the appropriate operation is container client list blobs with include versions. Okay, so list blobs with include versions. For blob in container.list blobs, name starts with keyshard 2 include versions. Print name version modified. And that's the previous part of challenge on blobs. Let's not dealing with blobs anymore. Hold on. Okay. So we're dealing with secrets, not blobs, which are different things. List properties of secret versions. Secrets are blobs. They're not in the blob storage though. They're addressed through the blob API. Blob API. Okay, so I guess we can, if this the same thing works, like include versions, then it should be okay. So it's just like for secret in clients.list properties of secrets. Print secret name, but we have to include the version numbers. And so I guess if it's going to be somewhere, it's probably going to be in list properties of secrets, include versions. But I guess that doesn't work. Okay. It doesn't work like that on secrets. Secrets.list properties of secret versions is what you want. Wait, there's a specific one just for that? For secret in client list properties of secret versions. Print secret version? No S on secret. Okay. Print secret dot aim. Non-iterator. Okay, so it missing one required positional argument, name. Just lists client.list client.list properties of secret versions secret name. So this is key shard 2. We don't need this. I guess we can just wrap like a print around it. Oh, need to put it between quotes. Okay, you need an iterator for the versions, but it won't run across all secrets. Javier, hey, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so iterator object is your... Okay, wrap that in the last call to get all the values. For secret in client list property of secret versions, print secret.name. We need to include the name here. Okay, so secret dot, maybe we're looking for like version number. List properties of secret versions, and then version number. Okay, do we want to print secret.version or just print the whole thing with print secret? Secret.ver. Oh, okay. So the name of the property is version with an R. Okay, so we've got two version numbers. So we want to specify the version number. So secret2 equals get secret key shard2 and then like version number. Version equals this, or like the previous one. Okay, and then do the get value. Wow, I really hope this is it. I did not have a very fun time doing this. Not your keys, not your coins. But I'm probably gonna need to document everything. I'm probably need to document everything if I want to do like a demo of this. All right, where is it? Here it is. Okay, so this was so outside of what I usually do. Let's move on to day number 10. Was rough. I mean, it's rough, but you need to keep on keeping on. Okay, we'll do another hour. We'll do another hour and a half, and we'll see what's happening at the end of the hour and a half. Now you're more prepared for the next Azure challenges. True. I'll try to take some good notes on how we completed this challenge, and the next time we'll be better prepared. I actually don't have very many opportunities to work with Azure. Pwned Labs does have like a very short list of free Azure labs that we can try out. Sorry, I think it's in the Academy part. You can make it for one exploit script to get all of that stuff. Oh, I'm not logged in. That's unfortunate. Hold on. I can give everybody the link that I was thinking of Handy everybody. So cloud security is over here. And there's actually something called the Azure Security CTF. I've never really checked it out. Oh, it's a GitHub project. You can send you my script if you want. It does what you did there, but in one script. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. If you could, I don't know if you have, do you have an account on Discord? Or do you prefer to communicate some other way? Now, how is the infrastructure set up here? Storage security, identity and access management. But yeah. So Pwned Labs over here, it's got a lot of good stuff. None on Discord yet. Oh, okay, okay. I mean, we also have a Reddit if you want to contact me on Reddit. Okay, so what is the name of day 11? Wait. We just did day 9. We'll do day 10. Hacker Holidays, day 10. The Hollow Shell. Okay. See if we can locate that. There it is. Hopefully this is less painful than doing the Azure stuff. Join the room. Okay, so we need to activate a lab machine, sure. Oh, it's a web one, okay. So this is... I'm more likely to be able to figure this one out. Find the flag. Is that all they tell us? What is the flag? Well, I guess we're going to have to check out the web app and figure out what's going on there. Okay. Says Master says, I did this using curl mainly, although you could use the Azure client as well. I mean, I think I'd prefer to use the Python script because that's what I eventually used to get it. Which room is this? The Hollow Shell. So this is day 10? It should be day 10. Hanky Lodwig, hello, nice to see you here. Let's see. Can you make it one script to get all that, get the key? Yeah, I mean, I'd like to be able to do a lot of documentation. Just to talk about what's going on in each one of the steps in the process. Okay, so we got our IP address. Is this the wrong port? I'm connected still, right? Should be. Alright, let's just do a regular ping, just to make sure we've got connectivity. This one I needed Python for. Oh, that doesn't bode well. Failed to connect, could not connect to server. Alright, well, I guess we can run an nmap command. When we run nmap, we should probably run it very verbose. Port 22. That's not a web port. Port 5000. Okay. Alright. So 5000 is usually associated with, what kind of apps? Like a Flask app, right? If I'm not mistaken. Python, Flask, or Fast API. Okay, so what's this? Shoreline Display Manager, authorized personnel only. Staff ID, passphrase. So we're not given credentials. New on the floor team, IT seeds every property with the same starter login until you set your own. User concierge, passwords day notice 2024. Why? They must have developed this 2 years ago. If everything keeps on referencing 2024. Okay, so concierge, stay noticed 2024. See if it still works. Still works. Okay, so this is file upload attack. So the application here lets you upload a shell. So a zip souvenir pack, okay? Each shell must contain a shell.json manifest that listing its assets. Images, style sheets. So we need to upload a zip file. A shell may also include optional automation hooks. Okay, so this is a more complicated file upload attack. Allowed asset types, PNG, JPEG, GIF, SVG, CCS, CSS, JSON. Okay, so we probably want to take a look at this in Burp Suite. What was that credential set again? This one. Okay, so we need to upload it as a shell, a zip.zip souvenir pack to set the ambience on the in-room tablets. Each shell must contain a shell.json manifest, listing its assets, images, and style sheets. So, I guess the first thing we need to do is, I've never really created this kind of thing before, so let's it's a JSON file. File manifests JSON format. Structured list of files. So version timestamp files. Something that looks kind of like this. I mean, the other thing is how much does the application pay attention to this? If at all. So what happens if we just create like an empty shell.json file? That's the name it wants, right? Shell.json. Random stuff here. Entry point is that upload? Okay. And we need to zip it up, right? Zip shell. Okay, sign up in Discord. I'll clean up, just clean up the script a bit and then send. You probably need to pull it apart a bit for the demo, but should give you the parts you need and remind you of the process. Yeah, I'll probably be repeating the room maybe a couple of times, just so I can understand what's really going on. Zip options path. Zip file list. Alright. Zip syntax. Zip option zip file files to archive. Zip R, zip archive name dot zip. So just the name of the zip itself and then the names you want to include. Test.zip or test1.zip. And then the files to include shell.json. Just shell.json. Okay, and then we'll try uploading test1.zip. Zip hasn't really changed in over 40 years. I mean, if it doesn't need to change, that's just fine. It looks like shell.json could not be parsed. Okay, so the JSON file has to... It's eternal. How to use it hasn't changed. Okay, so we need to modify the contents of the JSON file. So it's a file manifest? Something like this. Do we need to include all of this, though? I mean, I suppose we can just include one file. So just get rid of this part. And then get rid of this. We'll create like a dummy file. Okay, so we need to get all that information. and then include it in the JSON file. So 33 bytes. And this is just going to be test.txt. But they don't allow txt files, right? It has to be some other file types. JSON, PNG, JPEG, SVG, CSS. So maybe create a CSS file. And it should be the same size. Yeah, still 33 bytes. Take a break, you've earned it? Okay. Let's put on my favorite video. Alright, these are fledgling Cellar Jays. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need a little water break. Okay. Hey, Randolph, nice to see you here. I hope you're having a good night. Okay, so test.css, we need to get the SHA-256 hash, maybe. SHA-256 some test.css. And it gives us this. We'll put this in our manifest. Okay, save it out, zip it all up. Wait, where'd the CSS file go? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, just good to hear that you're keeping fit at the gym. Alright, let's try uploading this thing. Choose the file. Select shell.json is missing a name. Okay. Name. Zip it up again. Is it still being rejected? Okay, choose this. upload it. Shell rejected. Shell.json is missing a name. Does it want name up here? Okay, I'll try it again. So the JSON file is still being rejected. Minimalist valid shell name test assets. Name. Okay, so we don't need all this stuff. All we need is name, test, version something something, timestamp something something. Maybe not even that. Or assets. Assets is that's going to be the stuff inside the curly braces. And what was the format before? So inside of the square brackets, we put more curly braces and then some other stuff. So path size, path, what, maybe just path. Test.css. Let's see if this goes through okay. Remember what you're using to upload it all with? What we're using? Like a web app? Is it more complicated than that? JSON could not be parsed. Shell.json could not be parsed. Okay. What you slip it in? Oh, I mean the zip file, sure. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot a comma. And we try again. Asset type not allowed. Path tests. Asset type not allowed. Path.css. Okay, you know what? I think I want to take a look at the request for that. Proxy HTTP history. Post upload. You don't need a file in before root. You don't need a file to start with. Oh. Do we not need a file to start with? Okay, so I mean, I guess that means, you know, we don't need anything in our assets. Just the empty assets list. Well, okay, so I guess we'll just omit test.css. And we'll try uploading it again. Shell test brought ashore, stored at this, and held to the room's ear. Okay, so if we can access this directly. Not found. So maybe it's at dashboard. You could even leave the CSS in there? Really? Okay. Yakut Global. Hello, nice to see you here. How are you doing? We're doing a hacking exercise over at TryHackMe.com. We're trying to upload a malicious file and then have it run our code. This is another medium difficulty challenge. Okay. Maybe try accessing shell.json in the zip. It might not be allowing directory listing. Okay, so let's go back. Shell.json. Ah, okay. So we can access shell.json, but I guess the other thing we could do is we could see if we could do. So there are three things that we need to do a successful file upload attack. File upload attack requirements. The first one is a file upload function, which we have. The second one is knowledge of uploaded file location, which we have. And the third thing we need is ability to execute code. Okay, there are hooks mentioned, a payload, yeah. So file upload function, knowledge of uploaded file location, and the ability to execute code. So in a lot of these CTF challenges, the code that is executed is through PHP, so a scripting language used by the app. So it's either going to be PHP or ASP. And I don't think this is running ASP, so it's probably PHP. It's a Python app though. Oh, yeah, you're right, you're right. So it's a Python application. It's being run on port 5000. So we can probably look up something like, yeah, from the port. I mean, it might also be available from running nmap and then getting versioning information. Unicorn. Unicorn, is that associated with Python? Unicorn is a Python application. Okay, so it said something about hooks or hook files. We've got the location after we successfully upload. Okay, how are we doing? Fox404, hey, nice to see you, man. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're having a good evening. A shell may include optional automation hooks. The theme worker applies these for you shortly after the shell comes ashore. So you don't have to touch each tablet by hand. Allowed assets are PNG, JPEG. I mean, classically, we've been able to sneak code into like PNG files. But this is, I mean, that was dealing with PHP. Currently in the Introduction to Subnetting Network Plus course, are there any websites for practicing what I've learned? Practicing what you've learned. I mean, as far as I know, there's like a good networking YouTube course from Professor Messer. So Network Plus. You're talking about Network Plus, right? Yeah, Professor Messer is old school. He also does live streams on YouTube. He does like a monthly one. Okay, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to do some Python file upload attack. Python file upload attack. Packet Tracer is good for practicing. Packet Tracer. I haven't used Packet Tracer myself. I've heard good things about it. Ranger Hero, hey, what is up? Good morning. You must be in Asia. Okay, remote code execution, path traversal. I mean, what did the payloads look like? Actually, you know what? I might have a good place to look for these. So, like, payload playground. So people advertised payload playground to me as revshells.com, but better. Let's put this to the test. Let's see. File upload attack. No, you don't need to be sorry that you're in Asia. That's fine. Okay, so the web shell type is going to be... Huh. There's no Python in this list. They have ASP, they have SPX, they have JSP, and PHP. So what does the payload for a Python web shell look like? Python web shell code, like a normal web shell. Anarchist? Is he in? Yeah, I think he's in like. Well, I don't want to speculate, but yeah, like a later time zone, like a European time zone or later. But I don't want to speculate too hard. PyShell multi-platform Python web shell. Okay. I mean, I don't know if this is exactly what I'm looking for. Multi-platform Python web shell. This tool helps you obtain a shell-like interface on web servers to be remotely accessed. Unlike other web shells, the goal of the tool is to use as little code as possible. You'll speculate for us. Okay, no worries. Oh, the tool creates Python code. Okay. Coffee has reached Asia now. Okay. No worries. Actually, I wonder if there's anything in Kali that we can just, pick up and use. Okay, web shell. User share web shells. So we just list it out. So they got ASP, ASPX, CFM, JSP, Laudanum, Perl, PHP. Anarchist is happy to reveal that if only so no one thinks I'm from NZ. What did New Zealand do to you? You don't need to answer that if you don't need to. Too many sheep? Maybe something, well, I don't want to speculate. Okay, so I mean, I guess using Python, Python code to activate like some sort of web shell is a bit. Actually, haven't I done this before? This happened. We'd have to use something similar to like server-side template injection. So let me search my notes for code that I might have done for used for SSTI. Can't you just drop a Python rev shell? I mean, maybe. It's just that I can't. Hello there, FW. I'm not too sure what FW is. There's a healthy rivalry between Australia and New Zealand. Oh, okay. No worries. The only thing I know about New Zealand is that they sometimes they say yes as yeast, and the fush and chups. Now this stuff is for templating engines. They go on and on about this movie that they made there a few years ago. Yeah, you know, that director guy. Okay, Life and Lies of the Sheep Herder's Ring or something? Yeah, that has to be it, right? Okay, I'm pretty sure this is my IP address on the TryHackMe network. I'm at 443. And Python rev shell, huh? So what kind of file do we slip it into? Classically, we would put it in a hook. Wait, is a hook is... So they say that they're... A theme worker applies, so you don't have to touch the tablet by hand. So allowed assets are PNGs and JPEGs. Read the tip of the assignment page. The tip on the assignment page. Okay, let's do that. Slip past what the portal forgets to check, and the shell answers with a shell of your own. Was there another tip that I missed? The application itself says, a shell may include optional automation hooks. Optional automation hooks. The theme worker applies these for you shortly after the shell comes ashore, so you don't have to touch the tablet by hand. Okay, so automation hooks in CSS files or JSON files. It's probably the best way to do it. Something like, not the upload directory, but the hooks directory. There's a hooks directory? Hold on. A theme worker applies for these shortly. Okay, you don't have to touch them by hand. Each shell must have a manifest listing its assets, image and style sheets. So zip. Shells on display. Okay, so it puts test into the shells directory here. We can infer there is a hooks directory. Okay, so we'll just call it test.css, but we'll put in Python code. It might get rejected, but I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And I'll start my listener over here. And we'll include this in the zip file. Okay, and then upload the darn thing. So we have to infer that there's a hooks directory? We can't be given paths. I mean, we could just do some directory busting, but I don't know if directory busting is the way you want to do this. That's not what we want to do. So shells, and then like hooks. Okay, not found. Or consider a specific vulnerability that you often get when an app accepts paths. So if the app accepts paths, then oh gosh, what is the name of that vulnerability again? Like file inclusion? We can't access the hook. The zip one? Okay, so we put our payload in test.css. file inclusion, but specifically, how do you show files other than those intended? Show files other than those intended? I mean... You talking about directory listing? Oh, it's in the shell. It's in the shells directory. I mean, this didn't get interpreted as code. Zip slip? Zip slip. I've never heard of that before, but I'm always happy to discover new stuff. Zip slip. The vulnerability is exploited using a specifically crafted archive that holds directory traversal file names. Directory traversal file names, for example, shell.php. The zip slip vulnerability can affect numerous archive formats, including tar, jar. The attacker can then overwrite executable files, and either invoke them remotely, or wait for the system or user to call them, thus achieving remote command execution on the victim's machine. Create tar zip archives that can exploit directory traversal vulnerabilities. Oh, okay, I think you were trying to talk about directory traversal. Right, Anarchist? I mean, I probably wouldn't have discovered this on my own. Although I guess I might have done a little bit of research on, like, file upload vulnerabilities that pertain to zip files specifically. Uploads go into shell random strings, so we need to go two levels up. So go 2 levels up, and then the page hints towards zip slip as well. What is the... I mean, I missed the clue. What would you say the clue is on this page that hints towards the zip slip vulnerability? The mention of automation hooks or something else? So I mean, I'm guessing maybe we don't need to directly access, we don't need to get a reverse shell. Although it also it also implies that we're supposed to get a reverse shell because it's called, like, what is it called again? This challenge is called... Oh, hold on. We need to... The hollow shell. Zip slip. Suppose an attacker creates a zip file with the following structure. Some malicious zip, .. etc. password. One vulnerable application extracts malicious.zip. The files are written to etc. password and user local bin. This can have severe consequences, such as corrupting system files or executing malicious scripts. Well, I mean, if it works, it'll be very funny. Create a zip archive containing a symbolic link. Okay, link index.php to simindex.txt. Silly computers? Yeah, pretty silly. So there's a utility for creating zip/slip archives. Creates tar/zip files that can exploit directory traversal vulnerabilities. Okay, let's take a look at this project. Evil Arc lets you create a zip file that contains files with directory traversal characters in their embedded path. Most commercial zip programs will prevent extraction of zip files with embedded files containing paths with directory traversal characters. However, many software development libraries do not include these same protection mechanisms. For example, Java or PHP. If a program or a library does not prevent directory traversal characters, then Evil Arc can be used to generate zip files that, once extracted, will place a file at an arbitrary location on the target system. Okay, let's give this a try. Okay, Anarchist says, I wasn't talking about the zip slip part. You can show shell app.py to see the source. So app being the name for the Flask apps, which are used in Unicorn. Okay, let's give that a try. So it's shells, and then /index, sorry, app.py. Okay, so not this file, but /app.py. No. You need / from a specific shell. Okay, so we got our shell here. So where do we put our directory traversal? It's shells, not shell, right? This is shells. Okay, let's... If we're gonna craft the thing... So it's shells. Do we want to do something like... So the specific shell... // to get to the shells directory, then / to get to the web root, and then do app.py. Because this is 2 directories deep. Doesn't seem to be working unless I'm putting the directory traversal characters in the wrong place. That's okay. I'll try using the zip slip tool. I just did shells /app.py. Okay, let's so shells /app.py. Or like, that's weird. Might also be a URL encoding issue. Okay, so I mean it works if you URL encode the stuff. Try curl path as is target shells path.py. Yeah, okay. Path as is. What does path as is do in curl though? Failed to connect. Oh, sorry. Syntax error. Wow, it worked. So this is the entire application. So this is path traversal vulnerability. Path as is means curl doesn't try to undo the ... Oh, okay. Otherwise it'll try to resolve it. Okay, so let's see if there's anything. So I guess maybe we don't need to upload a reverse shell. Or maybe we still do. So having the Flask app secret key doesn't really help us very much. At least I don't think so. So hooks directory. Hooks directory exist OK equal true. So shells directory, hooks directory. Hooks directory is base directory / hooks. And then / shells. This doesn't avoid the need to upload, but it means you don't have to guess at it so much or rely on hints. See, it's hooks. It is hooks. It is hooks, but we need to... It's also like appending a random... like a random string? Like this stuff over here, right? Where is it? So it's hooks and then this thing. That's only for the shell. Oh. Wait. So that would mean it would be like hooks / test.css? No. Hooks are not... Okay. The hooks are not web accessible. So I guess, wait, does this mean we can upload any Python file we want then? I mean, I would rename this thing, right? If you read the source, I think you see that they haven't actually fully set up the hook stuff. You can't actually put a hook in the zip file normally, hence zip slip. What we're doing, we're setting up our zip file. Okay, and then we'll try uploading this thing. Okay, so now we do have this. The problem, so does the application just run Python code? Because we included that, like test.py. Or maybe it's in... It loads any script in the hooks directory. So we just need to... I mean, they also mentioned that hooks is not web accessible. So that's where the zip slip comes in, right? Okay, so let's go back to, you can see it in the code if you like. Okay, let's actually take a closer look at that code. Where'd I run my curl? It was here. Okay. So there's gonna be some sort of like eval or something. Actually, let's just save the entire script so that we can look at it later. So the hooks directory. Okay. We'll look for hooks directory. I mean, the only thing I see here is that it makes the directories, but I don't see where it runs the code in those directories. The file doesn't actually run the hooks or put anything in them. But you can see that there is a hooks directory. What does exist OK do again? What does it do again? Exist OK equals true. That means it can overwrite. So make, well, we probably want to look up this this function here. So os.makeDirs. Python os module makeDirs exist OK. What's up with this highlighting? It's horrible. Okay, it creates a directory in all missing parent directories without raising an error. By default, it raises a file exists error if the target directory already exists. Ignores the error if the directory exists. It still throws an error if the path exists, but instead is a file instead of a directory. Okay, so I mean it makes the directory, okay. But I don't understand. So that file doesn't actually run the hooks or put anything in them. But as you can see that it's a separate file that creates, that actually runs the hooks. There is technically a way to see how hooks run, but I only saw that from reading a write-up after solving. I just found app.py, so know that the hooks directory existed. So we need to put test.py into hooks, is what we were supposed to do, right? Alright, let's go back and grab the tool. Git clone. Evil arc. So are there any weird dependencies that evil arc uses? I hope not. Python evil arc. This is Python 2? This is Python 2. Interesting. Alright, Python 2. Evil arc input file. Incorrect arguments. Created evil zip containing ... test.py. So we only want it to go. There's also stuff in the page text, or maybe the description, that hinted at hooks. Yeah, there was something that hinted at hooks in the description for the application. So we need to put it exactly in the hooks directory for this to work, right? Let's edit evilarc.py and edit the path. If options.platform windows, then it's else it's ... So how many ... slashes does it use? So it looks like it was using like 8 of them or something. Okay, disregard a bit more guesswork than leaking app.py, plus app.py showed you wouldn't be able to put it in the app normally. Oh, the depth is 8. So the default depth is going to be 2. And then I guess we can path to include in the file name after traversal. So ..path. So we're gonna put it in the hooks directory. We're gonna put it in the hooks directory. So // hooks test.py. Okay, so this seems to be good. So evil.zip. We also need to update this evil.zip file to include the JSON file. Let's move it out first. So how do we use zip to add a file? Zip evil.zip zip Linux add file to archive. So -u. Oh, to add a file, you just need to specify the file. Okay. Shell.json. Okay, and then we can upload it. Here. Okay, so if that worked, then we should have a reverse shell. No, we don't have a reverse shell. Okay. Login had a something, but my payload maker in Discord, if you like. Okay. So you can also create the malicious zips easily with straight Python. So just with zip file as zf path contents. Wait, did that upload correctly? I mean, if it uploaded correctly, then we should have a shell, right? Because we included this payload in here. And let me just check my IP address. 134.186. Port 443. Oh, yeah, let me turn down the music. There you go, Volcano Gaming, there you go. Okay, so either that or the payload is not working. What about the JSON file? I mean, the JSON file remains the same. It doesn't really care what is in the JSON file. I mean, we can check the JSON file. That just confirms that we uploaded the thing. Yeah. Okay, so maybe I'll try the Python method, because we didn't exactly have too much success with the tool. So zip file as zf.writeString path contents. This is probably part of some special Python module, right? Python module zip files. You missed with the something at the start, needs an indent. You missed with the something at the start, needs the indent. Are you talking about the payload? It's a basic module, but yeah, import zip file. Oh, you're talking about with is a Python keyword. Okay, okay. Oh, with like this. So import zip file. With zip file, exploit.zip in write mode as zf zf.writeString path contents. So path contents. Okay, let me just look up how to use this how to use the module. So zip file function. Okay, in the snippet, it needs to be with zip file as zf, then indent the lines inside. Yeah. I think I covered that, right? So import zip file with zip file as something something, indent, and then the stuff. Okay, create a new zip file and add files to it. Zip file.write, zip file.write. And where do we include the path, though? All right, let's take a look at the documentation. Okay, path. Zip file.writeString. Write string? Write a file into the archive. The content is data, which can be either string or bytes. It is encoded as UTF-8 first. zip file write shell.json and then something something. So write string shell.json contents. Oh, and the path is first and then the contents. So it would be shell.json here, then the path to write to is the first argument, right? // well, we don't need one for shell.json, but we do need one for the other one. Test.py. We need to do .. hooks. As the path, right? Let me just double check that this is the correct. Yeah, but you can't put file names for the contents in write string. Oh. So write string. Shell.json. Do we need to use write string though? Can we just use a regular write and then specify a path? Okay, I'll give myself another 15 minutes to solve this. If I can't do it in 15 minutes, I'm gonna have to call it. Okay. Python zip file function provide unzip path. To provide an unzip path in Python using the zip file module, use the path parameter inside zipfile.extractAll method. Okay, open the zip file and extract it to a specified directory. I just put the contents of the files I wanted in the Python script, so it's self-contained, but it can also read files. Okay, well, I mean, if you want to write the JSON file using write string, but I mean, how do you specify the unzip path, though? I mean, you can write the string. Do we also need to do something separate for extract all and then path the destination directory? Or do we provide it with this stuff separately? If the directory you specify in path does not exist, Python will automatically create it for you. So here we can write string twice to create two files. The path you provide first is the path that's going to write into the zip file. It doesn't relate to the local file paths. Oh, okay, I think I understand. So the path is shell.json, and this is normal. The second one is // hooks test.py. And then we're doing everything inside these triple double quotes. I've never used this syntax before. Triple double quotes was just to avoid escaping quotes in the JSON. Okay, so we just need to put in our name exploit here. Or name anything, really. Okay, for test.py, the contents are going to be the payload. I mean, is this okay? If we just have all this stuff in here? Or is it going to complain? I guess we need to put it between some single quotes, because the thing is double quoted to begin with. So we got single quotes, but there's single quotes at the end, which is a bit unfortunate as well. You need a... Okay, so let's do triple quotes. Okay, that's why triple double quotes is nice. No matter what quotes are being used, you're fine. Okay, so Xamarin says you can also do write exploit.py, and then you can provide a path with the regular write. That's good to know. Let's save it out, run the thing, see if it works. What do we call it again? evilzip.py. Zip file is not defined. Did you mean zip file? Import zip file. With zip file as W. As ZF, do these things. From zip file, import zip file. Okay. From well, I guess it would be, I mean, if we do it like this, we could just do it. Let's see. So import zip file, and then with zip file dot zip file as ZF. This should work, right? Yeah, yep. You're putting a shell script in a Python file there. typing code snippets from my chat from my phone is impossible. It doesn't sound like a good time. Okay, so we've got our exploit.script now. Exploit.zip file. We'll try uploading it. Choose file, exploit.zip. Select. Okay, run the thing. Still didn't run. You don't include Python C in the test.py that you upload. You don't include the python.c in the test.py that you... Oh. Something's wrong with the payload, okay. Oh, okay. So we're looking for that single quote. The single quote at the end. Okay, and then we'll go back into evil zip. Fareed, hello, nice to see you here. What's up? Let's just delete all this stuff. We'll change the name of the test2.py and exploit2.zip, just so that there's nothing getting in the way. Also, still trying to define environment variables and then reference in Python, which won't work. How are you? We're just wrapping up a little live stream over here. So export our host. Export. Oh, yeah, you're right. So this is... Export doesn't work. Okay, let's... Yeah, I'm using the wrong payload. So we can define our host, that's fine. And our port, that's also fine. And then importing syssockos pty. S equals socket. os.getEnvironment our host. Oh. Okay. I didn't think I would have to do this much modification. Integer of our port. os.dupe to file descriptor for file descriptor in 0123 pty.spawn bin bash. So that part should be okay. s.connect. Why does this have a double parentheses? Okay, that makes more sense. Just replace our os.getEnvironment our host with our host. os.getEnvironment, where's that? think I replaced it, didn't I? sconnect rhost and integer rhost. Oh, wait. Okay, this doesn't need to be in quotes, and this doesn't need to be in quotes. Yeah, just rhost. We already got rid of the get environment. Just need to ditch the quotes. Okay, so the quotes are done. So here, because this is already an integer, we don't need this either. So just connect rhost rport, because rport is already an integer, and rhost, that needs to be a string. Okay, and I think the rest of this is okay. Here goes nothing. So we'll just write this with our zip file. Okay, so we've got a lovely exploit2.zip file that we can upload. Okay, it worked. So we should have... Oh, no callback. I gotta double check the payload again. So rhost equals this. This is, I'm hoping this is the correct IP address. Rport equals 443, this is an integer. Import sys socket os pty. S equals socket.socket. Okay, s.connect rhost rport. os.duke2 s.file number file description for file description in 012 pty spawn. Yeah, I'm not too sure why the payload isn't working. Are the ports different? What's the double check the IP? So I'll so if you guys want to take a look, scrutinize the payload, it's over here. Let me check my IP address. So my IP address is 68.134.186. 186.134.186. This is the same. 443. Penelope is listening on 443. You have port 443 in code, but Penelope defaults to 4444. I mean, I specified 443 in the Penelope command. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why the payload isn't working. Unless it didn't actually get put into hooks. Let's check the script one more time. Here's the one that you used. Okay, okay. I'll take a look at the paste. So Python shell import socket subprocess OS. Socket subprocess OS. I mean, I might as well just use your script then, and then go back and debug my thing later. The other thing is that you've got the shebang. No, the shebang shouldn't. No, this shouldn't matter, because I'm not running this on the remote server. Payload might be a little bit different. Okay, nano anarchist.py. Okay, IP on, well, ID 443. My IP address, I'll just grab that for here. Exam started the error. What is that? You need double parenthesis for socket and connect. It wants a tuple. Oh. Socket connect wants a tuple? Okay, okay. So I was wondering why there was those double parentheses. Hold on. I'll try using this script first. Okay, socket connect. This. And we'll try again. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I would have spotted that. The AI probably would have though. Still didn't work. And pair host port, which I think is what we want. Okay. So this one didn't work. Again. So write string .. hooks shell.py py shell. Py shell is defined up here. Create an archive with files. Join z not name list. All I need to do is paste in my IP address. Yeah, I mean, it's probably something in the payload, because everything else seems to be the same. Okay, created. What's the name of the file that we create? Exploit.zip. Okay, so we'll upload that. It was the payload. Okay, so we've got our reverse shell now. We just need to get the flag. Find / name flag.txt. Oh, don't tell me we have to do like privilege escalation here as well. If we have to do privilege escalation, I'm going to be sudo L. Don't have the password for room service. I'm hoping for a very quick victory here, because I gotta stop streaming. Looks like it's in home. Flag. Okay, there it is. Zip slipped into a shell. I mean, this is very good. I'm learning new skills because of this event, and I can add this to my list of stuff that I know. That's great. All right, I'll do the documentation after the stream is over, because I gotta get going. I think that's it from the memory. Not a boot to root challenge, just web. Okay, all right, everybody. Thank you very much for all of your assistance, especially to Nullsec, Epistemic Anarchist, SysOS Master, and Zamru, and anybody else who provided moral support. Much appreciated. Flag get, yeah. So we actually have a special emote. So the shy 31 flag. It's actually a pretty nice emote. It was created by Panko, our good friend. This thing right here. Okay, let's talk about what we're doing next time. Man, I've got too many tabs open. Okay, our next stream is going to be on Friday. We're going to be playing some sort of puzzle game, not too sure what. Because we're doing Linux OS operations, I'm going to be doing a demo of the Bandit war game over at Over the Wire. It's a pretty classic CTF war game that involves a lot of Linux skills. We're going to be doing Linux OS Operations Session 2, and we're going to be taking a look at NoSQL injection challenges, because I need to get better at these. It seems to be a category of challenges I see every once in a while, and I'd like to get better at this. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Excellence223. Thank you. Let's see if we can raid into somebody. Let me turn on my Twitch. Oh, Moohoodles is online. And BlazeBits. We should give BlazeBits some love, because BlazeBits is another cybersecurity streamer. Thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch. Excellence223, thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park? Or maybe Hack the Planet. Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so BlazeBits is doing some news. Cybersecurity news and Q&A. Okay, we'll start the raid. And everybody, when you arrive on BlazeBits' channel, if you could give this message, I would really appreciate it. So OSFrog, hip hop, hack. What was that? BlazeBits? So BlazeBits, we're doing a raid, which is basically sending all the viewers in Twitch over to another channel. But yeah, if you're on Twitch, you can join the raid. And if you could give this raid message, I'd really appreciate it. All right, we'll be back on Friday, but until next time, HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you next time, everybody.